Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. My name's Joe Sandow, and I am gonna work on some more TwitterBot enhancements today. Um, I was thinking I might want to tinker with one or two that already exist, and then get to the big one that I'm working on here, which is the crossword puzzle bot. Um, but just as a warm up, maybe go with something else. Um, Let me see. What were some of the things I was thinking of doing? So I've got a bunch of Twitter bots, and last time I streamed, I started with just with adding some new emojis to a couple of them, because that was just like something I wanted to do. But also it was a good way to like go through the steps of doing a full build and update and make sure everything was still working and that I could go get the process done of of making a change, launching it, checking that it's working. Um, Let me see if there's anything in Petting Zoo that I have as a what do you call it? An issue, an idea to change it. I don't know if there is. I think there might have been some things I wanted to add, some emojis I wanted to add to it, but I'm not sure that they're necessarily ready for. No, this one doesn't have any issues because it's. I don't know if those emojis are ready for like everybody to be able to see. Fishies is what I use for Emoji Aquarium, and it's the oldest one. It's the first bot I ever made, and I know it's got things that I was thinking of doing to it. Um, I could make it so the first character can be a non-fish. If the Braille blank hack still works on Twitter, I'm a little suspicious of doing that because Twitter changes the rules for which characters count as white space once in a while. Uh, oh, increased frequencies of crabs and octopuses. So that's very simple. Can do that. Variable width, holidays, increased number of swimmers each day of the week. Okay. I just had an idea 5 years ago that seemed like a good idea. Sharks and octopuses swim alone. Clumped schools of fish. The clumped schools of fish is a big one. The grid-based layout is a big one. But the frequency of crabs and octopuses is not even something anybody's going to notice. People ask for crabs and octopuses a lot. Maybe allow two crabs sometimes. That's more complicated. That's a bigger change. It's not complicated, but it's more labor to change it. People ask for a lot of crabs and octopuses. Let me look at that. See how trivial that is. I don't want to spend a lot of time on a warm up, but I don't mind doing one. Another one I was thinking of doing is changing emoji tetra uh, to use dark background emoji characters instead of white, because I did a poll. I've done a couple polls, and it seems like more people use dark mode than light mode, which I was surprised by. But I know I prefer dark mode, and of course, any change in a UI, people are going to hate it. But also some people are going to be like, they'll get used to it pretty fast, and they'll be like, actually, it looks better. For the ones who use dark mode, for the ones who use light mode, they'll not like it. Uh, and if I really want to do, I could change it back. This is the Fitchies program, which I named when I was drunk. Um, and the aquarium builder, I think, is where most of the logic works. It's got, well, no, the aquarium builder is where, yeah, the logic happens, but the odds of things. Mm, Here's the odds. Okay, maybe this is where the odds are. There will be about 8 tweets a day. Something should be special about many of them, but not all of them. Only once a week should something exceedingly rare show up. 8 tweets times 7 days is 56 tweets per week. So exceedingly rare um, happens about approximately once a week. Rare happens about once every 8 tweets. That's bottom dwellers. For the fish types, though, Here's the rare swimmer types. So rare swimmer types are octopus. What are these? Can't read this font in Windows. It was easier to read on Mac. Let's see what this one is. It's got the squids. Oh, okay. That looks like a, oh, it's a shark. Um, so there's squids, dolphins. Wait, squids, octopus. This is octopus. This is squid. This is dolphin. This is shark. So I could make a moderately rare swimmer type, or I could just take the rare swimmer types, that's these four, and just make it a little bit more common. A rare swimmer should show up about once every 8 tweets. Let's say it should show up about once. Oh, it's dance time. Have regular scheduled dance breaks on my streams because if I don't interrupt my sitting, I get a migraine and it sneaks up on me. And when you hear the music starting, I encourage you, if you are sitting and maybe you've been sitting for a little while, to consider bopping in your chair a little bit, maybe even standing up. When my music doesn't play for a while for whatever reason, because it's complicated software, doesn't always work, it's when I do get up and I walk around, I can feel the pressure in my head of like, oh wow, that's too long sitting. I forgot. I wonder why it wasn't playing, and I was not being told to get up. And now I feel out of breath and out of breath in a good way because getting a little exercise is extremely helpful every 15 minutes. Okay, so I was just thinking the simplest thing to do here is to change the frequency of those four rare swimmers, sharks, dolphins, octopus, and squid, and make them happen a little bit more often. Instead of once every 8 tweets approximately, make it once every 6 tweets. Not a huge change. 5 is still less than 6. We could just change this to something smaller. Doesn't matter. Any number less than 6 will do. And then see if there are any tests that break as a result of this. I don't know if there will. I don't remember how many tests this program has because the output is so random it kind of doesn't matter. No, it does have a test that is expecting certain values to happen. Ooh, that looks weird. Okay. Expected this, but was this. Yeah. So because the randomization happened differently, everything about this ended up being different. Well, not everything. Some things about it. So things that happened at the end, I guess. So it's actually a squid now, not this other fish, and there's no longer this clover on the end. So I'll just get rid of the clover. I don't know what ENSP means. Ew. But seems like if I just do this, it's some weird rendering of a character that I'm not familiar with in this environment, why it's doing that, but it doesn't matter. Okay, copy this, paste it here, because it looks like it's the same string exactly. And then run that and see if it's any better. It is not. No, it is better. There's a different failure. So let's see this failure. It's some different white space character at the beginning. So we'll just copy this because it doesn't matter a whole lot. I just want to make sure that the program is generally running okay. Copy that and cut, delete, paste this here and run. Some of these white space characters are different kinds of white space characters with different widths, and those are, some of them are randomly selected. So when you change one random thing in the program, a few other random things are probably going to end up different for a given test, for a given situation with a different randomizer. So and this is before I even knew how to test randomization well. Um, so here I wrote my own test randomizer, which you don't have to do. I now know you don't have to do this. But what was I trying to do here? Returns the next result that fits this mock randomizer is supposed to return for a given unit test. None of this is necessary, but I'm not going to worry about it. I have since learned how to test randomizing better in a much simpler way, but it's fine. So I'm not really testing, like, I'm not concerned with testing the random output too much here. Just want to make sure everything's rendering like a fish tank that makes sense according to the rules of the program. And it currently is passing. Um, it If I wanted to test the frequencies, I could write different tests for that, but I didn't, and I kind of don't care because if it's not exactly the way I intended it, the difference is immaterial for the type of program like this. So it's passing the existing tests. I'm fine with it. I'm gonna, oh, I don't want to build because I didn't update the version number yet. Let's update the version number. We'll just call it 1.6 and build it again, and then we'll deploy it. No one will immediately see any difference, except for it should still operate pretty much the same as it was before, with a very slight increase in how many squids and things there are. Let's go to Amazon, log in off screen. Amazon. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Learning to log in better. Hold on. Because last time I made a mistake, and I'm just trying to get better at logging in without accidentally showing stuff I don't want to show. Let's do this one. And this. And we're in. Hacker voice, I'm in. Okay, so fishies should now have a 1.6 version. Lambda, yes. This is so big. Fishies. Publish, no. Also good, but not what I meant to do. What I want to do is upload from jar file. Fishies 1.6, save. And that's pretty much it. We could do like publish new version. Not very important. But 1.6, publish, whatever, for whatever reason. And trigger remains the same. And then this thing still runs every 3 hours. So we won't even see the result. We won't see a test of whether it works. Hi, Matthew Poco. How's your day going? How are you? Thanks for coming by. Working on some Twitter bots. Okay, so this was an hour ago, so it should be in like 2 hours. We'll see if this program still works correctly. I could test it against another account if that's still set up. I don't remember if it is, but I'll just make a note to like test it later. Test or check emoji aquarium. Just got back from a walk with my mental health. You resent your walks for your mental health? Yeah, I don't go on walks either. I even have a treadmill, and mostly it's used by my cat, who will demand I turn on the treadmill for her. And I'm like, all right, sure. Okay, so that was successful. That means IntelliJ is working, the build process is working, our deployment process is working. I'm logged in. Um, that's good. Not probably going to need most of that for the bigger puzzle app because I'm not going to finish it today. It's too big. But but I like to touch a few smaller. You know what I forgot to do is commit. That's another step. Let's get that. Let's get that going. I don't trust people who enjoy walking or hiking. You don't believe that they could truly like it. I've liked it. There have been periods in my time where I liked it, but but I know what you mean that it's generally rough. Let's see. Fishies. This is also important. Version control. I changed the thing and then I completely forgot that I should also change it here. Oh, apparently I have a little bit of formatting stage lines. A little bit of formatting showed up in that save from an old style that's a little more verbose, where you repeat the word string twice, to the new style in Java that 5 years ago my settings weren't removing this extra redundant thing, and now they are when I save. So I'll just make a separate commit for these little syntax cleanup dealies, stage lines. Cool, I am dragon. You are dragon. And you can do, um, let's see, is it commands? Well, there's this stream avatars talks about what's going on with stream avatars. There's actions, which lists some of the things you can put an exclamation point in front of, like honk, uh, for honkin'. For where is it? I'm trying to see mine on a different part of my screen. And fart. That's what it looks like when I fart, apparently. And a dance. Uh, and there's other actions that are not listed here, which I don't know why. Oh, that's incorrect. Let me fix my bot because it's one of the steps that I skipped when I was setting up. Is that we don't want that timer because that's incorrect today. That is not what I am doing. Um, those are good. Those are good. Those are good. Yes. Good. Okay. Thank you, Janet. You're doing exactly what I asked you to do. It's my fault for not turning off the thing. All right. Okay. My my go-to command for stream avatars is sling 45, which is 45-degree angle of doing a jump in a big arc because I think it's cute. You can also try to get the the star that's floating around by jumping, and then it gives you points when you get the thing. All right, let's commit these changes, which are just code cleanup. I learned to do these in separate commits from a developer I worked with who I didn't much care for, but I did get in the habit of doing that type of separating my commits because otherwise he would get annoyed at me. Stage lines. So the imports in the test file also got automatically reorganized into a way that I prefer. And I'm going to amend latest commit because that is also a bit of code cleanup. Commit options. Oh, it's not responding. Oh, do you want to replace the commit text above with the message from the previous commit? Yes. Above is not accurate, but I get what they're saying. Okay, now we have this, which The reason I remembered to do this was I was like, now I can close the issue. And then I realized you can close an issue automatically by mentioning it in the Matthew's jumpin'. Excellent. Uh, by mentioning the issue number in the commit message. Here it is. Number 11. There's a lot more issues that are sort of more impactful in Emoji Tetra, but most of those are bigger. Like, they'll take longer to do. Fix number 11. What's it called? It's called, just copy it. Increase frequency of crabs and octopuses, which is not entirely telling the whole truth, because I'm also increasing the frequency of sharks and dolphins because it's easier that way. But I think the overall effect is probably for the best. And even the amount that I'm increasing it isn't a ton. It's from 1/8 to 1/6 of the tweets. All right, fix number 11, more crabs and octopuses. And sharks and dolphins, because why not? Commit, and then this 1.6 separate commit, which I learned from another coworker who I quite like, to have a separate commit for a version number change, which I will also put a git tag on. And then push these to master branch, because I don't feel like making... oh, I did not log in yet to my SSH with my SSH password, which Mac does better than Windows by a lot. Let's see here. Nope. Get out of there. Okay. Got my SSH thing. Where did that go? Oh, here it is. Now we'll try. I just didn't see that little window pop up. It got hidden. Okay. All done, which means that the this issue, which is open, if I refresh, it should now, yeah, it now says closed. Part of pushing that commit to GitLab was that GitLab is clever enough to automatically close this issue as being done, and it automatically linked the commit that did the change. Yay, we did a small change to a thing. Now we can work on a big thing. All right, so last time I was in here, this is a bot for making crossword puzzles, and I'm in the early stages of it, but I have some parts made. Well, I have some components made for the first big part, which is generating the crossword puzzle. I'm not done with the process of generating the crossword puzzle. So we're at the part where we're implementing in the grid.java class, which I might someday rename, a with cells method, where we're taking cells to add, clone the grid with new cells added. We're making a new copy of this grid. Shanrunner, thank you for the follow. Welcome, Shanrunner. How are you? And also, what are you eating, if anything? And Matthew, if you're eating anything, I'm curious what people are eating. I just want to know. It just gives me pleasure to talk about food today. I just ate a whole bunch of chicken and chili and some green beans, because I tried eating on stream last time, and I just sort of didn't. And it was bad. So I actually made myself finish eating before I started stream. Then my cat wouldn't shut up for like half an hour, so I had to deal with her. No sugar added ice cream cone. Well, that sounds okay. I hope you're enjoying it. Now drinking fizzy water with ginger juice added in. That sounds good. Is the no sugar added ice cream cone good? Are you glad that you're having it? Or is it like satisfying or not. If it's satisfying, then I'm very glad that you're having it. If it's disappointing, it is quite good. Okay, good. I just last time I had something that was meant to be sweet but with no sugar added, I wasn't pleased, but that's just my preference. So I'm glad you're enjoying it. That sounds it sounds really good. I could go for some ice cream. Maybe I will. There's ice cream in the fridge. Maybe I'll make a poll about which kind of ice cream I should have, but not yet. It's like a cornetto type thing. That's a cornetto. That's a what do you call it? Like a crown cone thing. Cornetto ice cream. I can't quite picture it. Cornetto frozen dessert. Not to be confused with cornetto pastry. Okay, Wikipedia, do you have a picture? Oh, that's what I was hoping for. Yeah, it's crown on top of an ice cream cone. That does look good. With little crunchy chocolate pieces on top. Yeah, like this, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's good stuff. 63 years ago. This is a There was a time before our grandparents before our parents were born when there was no cornetto ice cream. And now it's like, it's been forever. 63 years embedded in culture. With cells. What are we doing? I have no nuts on ice cream rule. Oh, really? People have very specific requirements for their treats. I have an adding extra nuts to ice cream rule. If my ice cream doesn't have enough nuts, I will very frequently get my own. And I just buy bags of pecans and smash them and put them on my ice cream because I'm like, this Ben and Jerry's is good and it has pecans, but you know what it needs? More pecans. Margaret Thatcher helped to develop modern soft serve ice cream. Are we giving Margaret Thatcher credit for things now? Margaret Thatcher, soft serve ice cream. That's bizarre. Invented soft serve ice cream. Wow. Almost as important. Helped invent soft serve ice cream. I thought it said in 2013. I'm like, I don't think so. I was having it in the 80s. Oh my god. Soft serve ice cream. How? Oh, helped invent. Well, that's like Al Gore helping to invent the internet. Well, no, in the 50s worked the lab where soft serve ice cream was perfected. Huh. The original was denser, likely denser. No one knows for sure, I guess, since both Dairy Queen and Carvel claim their inspiration came when they found that customers preferred ice cream that hadn't yet frozen totally solid. I think her family was in the food business before she joined politics. Huh, said Shanrenner. Interesting. Matthew said when she was a chemist before she entered politics. Huh. Whipping air into the mix. Well, I don't know a lot about her. I know she's generally reviled for her political I was going to say accomplishments. They're not accomplishments. Tasks, steps that she took, changes that she made to the world that made people generally less safe and happy. It's Janet, generally evil. Yeah, that seems to be the consensus. It's not a like big Margaret Thatcher fan clubs out there. But but yeah, I mean, soft serve ice cream, that's pretty good. Even even people doing evil shit can also invent stuff sometimes. Happens pretty often. Okay, so this is everything in this process is immutable. It has to be something that cannot be changed so that I don't accidentally uh, mess it up when I'm making many copies of things in order to generate a crossword puzzle that iteratively adds another word, checks to see whether that fits or not, or whether another word can be added after that, and then like rolls things back. So there's going to be like many, many copies in memory during the creation process of all of the components of the crossword puzzle system. So this is the grid part, which contains in it a grid of cells, a two-dimensional array of cells. Each cell is has a reference number and a flag of whether it's usable or not, and a row and column, and whether it's a horizontal answer start, whether it's a vertical answer start, um, and then the letter that goes there, that should go there, which I may have to alter later when I get to like crossword puzzles that are in progress, that are being filled out. That's different. Um, yeah, put an exclamation point in front of some of those verbs and see what they do on the bottom of the screen. Let's see here. So what I was doing was this is part of the with cells method gets called from here. From the puzzle method, we have a to do implement with cells. Yes, hug requires valid target. I give you permission to hug me if you'd like. You can put a space and someone's username after hug and see what happens. There will be a lovely moment. So this is with answer. This is creating a puzzle with another answer added. Part of that is cloning the entire puzzle that we have so far and then adding something else to it. So here we're copying the grid from within the puzzle, and then we'll make a new puzzle based on that grid and some other stuff. So we're still at the part of cloning the grid. So to do, deep copy the 2D array of cells, replace some of them with the new cells that have letters in them. Do the same for the other collections of cells. Use the new collections to build a new grid object. And we got as far as here, where we want to have new horizontal starts. We've got the list of horizontal starts, which are a list of cells that start words that go horizontally in the puzzle. And now we need to clone, we have them, we need to clone them. So we need to make new horizontal starts, which is an immutable list of cells. And I need to go grab the thing that, the bit of code that makes a new immutable list, because I don't want to have to look it up or guess what it is. It's this. This is some verbose Google stuff. You won 5 from the slots. 5 what? Just 5. 5. Congratulations. Slots. I forgot about slots. What does that do? Let's go play some slots. They do say slots is one of the most popular Twitch categories. Oh my god, you know what? I didn't forget about slots. I've literally never seen it. That's really funny. You won 10 from slots. I won 10 from slots. Sweet. Can you just lose? If it's not really slots if you always win. That's part of the the heaven that turns out to be a hell on The Simpsons. Oh, is there a cooldown? It's not working. I can't play any slots again. Well, what kind of slot machine is that? You're supposed to be using them like rapid fire, dumping quarters into them. Let's see. So this is uh, the precious thing, horizontal starts builder. This is the mutable thing that we add other things to. So I think we're just going to go through the list of horizontal starts. Let's do, we don't need a for I, we can just do a for. For cell C in horizontal starts, we will add, for each of the horizontal starts, let's just call this horizontal start. For each horizontal start, we will add it to the builder. And after we've added them all, horizontal starts builder. No, hold on. Okay, well, no, for now, that's okay. Then build. And then this is new horizontal starts. So this is basically the, stop. Oops. This is the, what do you call it? A dual with a bind of 0. Type accept or decline within 30 seconds. Thank you for messing with the commands that I haven't really played with. I love it. I love the mini games and stream avatars. It's really funny. There's other like Twitch viewer games that I'm like playing with and wanna mess around with, but I don't want to overcomplicate too much, especially with small audiences. Uh, Slant 20. Accept. Yes, accepted the duel. All right, let's watch the duel. What are they gonna do? They gonna fight? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, they have hit points. Oh damn. Oh, that's rough. Wow. Shenrenner's not doing great in this duel. Oh no. I'm so sorry, Shenrenner. Congratulations, Matthew Boko, for winning the duel. Victory dance. Matthew Boko wins the duel. Wow. Crit. Yeah, you got pulverized. So now what? Does that mean you're gone? There's no more you? Or do you come back? I hope you respawn. I assume so. Point. Okay. Yeah, I need to make a dance emote. Uh, New horizontal starts. So this method's gonna get long, and I don't like long methods. Um, Methods ideally should fit on a screen so you can see what they're trying to do, and you can make little parts of them separate by refactoring them into smaller methods like this. Refactor, introduce, no, extract method. All right, so this will be, it's saying get cells. No, let's do clone cells. And at the moment, this is creating an exact clone, which is useless because it's already immutable. So cloning it exactly is a waste of memory without doing anything useful. Shenrenner's jumping. I assume that means you've spawned again. That's good. Okay. Looking to change the method signature. Go to the method declaration to do it. Control click the method name or press Control B. Got it. Whatever. So what I actually need to do here is add stuff in that's different. But we'll get to that. So now we'll do the same thing. Oh, this is, let's rename some of this. This is also useful because I'm about to do the exact same process for the vertical cells. So we don't want to have a whole bunch of code that's exactly the same and have to change it in two places later. So this is not horizontal starts anymore. This is just cells, a list of cells. And then this is list builder. This is cell. And this is new cells, return new cells. And then this is got a little underline warning because it's saying local variable new cells is redundant because we could just do return this, which arguably is less readable, but it's also shorter. It's fine. It sort of doesn't tell you what you're returning, but you could also just look up here to find out what you're returning. Fine. It's fine. It's good. And we have to change this later because we need to clone these with some other stuff. I have to figure that out in a minute. New vertical starts. So vertical starts, we clone that, we clone that. Mutable map, numbered starts. Okay, wait, I'm thinking. So if the horizontal starts never change, no, they do change because the cells have letters, and the letter may be null or it may be something else, and that's where it has to change. So the horizontal start, we need to get the new cells to add. So here's the list of cells to add. which include their position and their letter. Hello, Navi Chicken. Welcome. How are you doing, Navi Chicken? What are you eating, if anything? This is my question of the day. I'm really curious what people are eating right now. If you're eating anything at all, or if you recently ate something, I'm interested to know what it is. Um, or just hang out and lurk. Lurkers are more than welcome. Um, you are not obligated to chat in order to hang out in here. I'm just happy to chat with you if you'd like. Horizontal starts. So just water. Yeah, same. Nando's for dinner. What are Nando's? I only know Nando as the vampire from What We Do in the Shadows. Nando's for dinner. Now I gotta look up Nando's. Nando. What? The official worldwide home of Nando's. That's why there's an apostrophe, because it's a place. It has an apostrophe. It's owned by Nando. Nando's. No, I've never heard of it. In Mozambique, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. No, that's where they get the stuff from. But oh, it's Canada. Is it Canada? Nando's Mexican Cafe, Nando's Canada. Where's just Nando's? Nando's Peri Peri and Nando's. Hi, Al. Al Firespray's here. Hi, Joe. Whoa, what's happening here? Oh, Nandor. I'm sorry. You're right. It's Nandor. I was like, is Nando, isn't it? No, it's Nandor. Yeah, he's awesome. He's hilarious. No, I'm just learning about Nando's, the place that Matthew Poco is a little surprised that I've never heard of. Never heard of it. A South African Portuguese chicken restaurant. Okay, well, I want to know why I've never heard of it. So, where are the locations? Australia, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Botswana, Canada, Fiji, India. I'm emphasizing Canada because English speaking people in my time zones are frequently Canadian and less frequently these other countries. Fiji, India, Ireland, Malaysia, Mauritius, which I can't even pronounce correctly, Namibia, New Zealand, Oman, Pakistan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Swaziland, Singapore, South Africa, UAE, UK, USA. Look at that. That's where I'm at. Zambia and Zimbabwe. So where is it? So the USA is big, and I don't know all the places. Find a location. 90210. Did I type that right? No results matching. Okay, so they're in. Nando is only in the US. It seems to be only in Chicago and DC. That's why I don't know it, because I've never spent time in Chicago or DC enough to learn the restaurants. That's interesting. Okay. Samesies. Busted. Busted. Oh, you Canadian? Okay. It's probably a lot more in Canada, right? So find your location. No, Canada. Canada. That's Illinois. No, 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 no. Locations. Find it. Let's just go to the map. This is silly. Is it going to show the Canadian ones? No, it's not. That's too bad. Oh, Nando's Peri Peri, that's the American one. The Canadian one, I'm easily sidetracked, but I like getting sidetracked. Hi, Mr. Selberg. Oh, what do you pizza time? Ooh, pineapple on pizza. A very lovely emote to introduce yourself with. I like pineapple on pizza, especially if it's got like a bunch of ham or something, bunch of meat, fruit and meat, sweet and savory. I'm here for that. Also Canadian, Nando's CA. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Whoa, that did not copy paste correctly. Nando's. Oh, I think, did you put an apostrophe? Yeah, that's why. Nando's.ca. I could look at the locations. It's less significant to me because I don't know Canada well, but I'm curious. It's actually in more places in Canada, both east and west coasts. Because I know most of the population of Canada is like on the southern border where it's less cold. So this is a lot of Canada. Huh. It looks like Chili's in the US. There's Chili's around me. Or, I don't know, Applebee's or something. Some kind of like Western food restaurant chain. That's cool. I'm glad you got Nando's. Looks pretty good. Pineapple on pizza is Canadian. And Canadian bacon on pizza. Also Canadian. No, not like that at all. Like what? Matthew Poco. Oh, it's also mentioned in UK TV shows. Nando's. I'm sure I've heard it on Doctor Who or something and just never like thought about it. Never noticed. It's an African level of spice. Oh. Oh, that sounds good. So like a worldwide chain. But they don't have it near me. It's only Chicago and DC. No California or New York. Um, Applebee's doesn't burn. Doesn't burn. I don't know what that means. I'm not in love with Applebee's by any means. What are we coding, Joe? Sorry I'm late. Don't be sorry you're late. Thank you for being here. We are coding. Thank you for asking, Mr. Selberg. I should add that to the bot. Um, we're coding something that I will add to the bot now because that's such a good question that it deserves its own like command for like what are we coding? What are we doing? Here's some commands. Let's add a command, or do we have one? No. Okay. What's this? So what this is chat message. Today, Joe. No, we don't need today. Joe is coding a crossword puzzle Twitter bot in Java using IntelliJ. I thought I heard my cat. Nope, he's not here. Crossword puzzle Twitter bot in Java using IntelliJ idea. That's fine. Missing chat triggers. Oh. Paste, save. Nando is grilled chicken covered in chili sauce, so it burns. Oh, it burns your throat. Okay. I'm adding the command, what's this? And Janet can answer. Joe is coding a crossword puzzle Twitter bot in Java using IntelliJ IDEA. I may not keep that command because it's very specific to what I'm doing right now, but it's not a bad idea to have it for today. Timer, what's this? We'll do chat message. This is Mix It Up, which is a program to run chatbot and other automation for streams that was invented for Mixer, but it's really good for Twitch. Mixer's gone. And I use it. I first found Mix It Up for like hate raid prevention, like complicated panic button functionality, and then missing chat. What? Chat message. Oh, not chat message. Sorry, that's not what I want. I want command. But then I found I really like this for all kinds of stuff. A chat type of command, which is the what's this, save. Okay. Will the bot make a crossword out of tweets? Oh, that's a good question. No, it will not. That is an interesting idea. No, it's going to make a crossword out of random words from a dictionary that fit in a very specific arrangement. That's like a fun, usable, guessable system because most like these kinds of patterns, like for now, it's like just always 8 words just to keep it at a reasonable size for a tweet. Um, one of these patterns that are all 8 words, but they have enough overlap in the words that they are fun puzzles, as opposed to most crossword puzzle generation systems tend to take a few random things and make a crossword puzzle out of them that's technically a crossword puzzle, but it's not fun to do because it's like unguessable. Either there's no clues, the clues are not specific enough, or there's no overlap between the words. So if they just touch on one letter's not enough to guess, a 13-letter word or something. So these are all like short words, lots of overlap, so that if you get the easy part of it, then the hard parts become easier to get, the way a crossword puzzle usually is when it's trying to be fun, as opposed to just a tech demo. So the goal is for it to be a game people actually play on Twitter, as opposed to just something that displays something cute. That's like a novelty, but not like a game. Most crossword puzzles on Twitter, I don't really think they're much of a game. I don't see anyone playing them because they're not fun. So I'm trying to make one that would be fun for me to play. That's like when I go on Twitter, I don't want to like be inundated with nightmares and horrible news. Sometimes I just want to like mess around, and I think Twitter could be a place where that's allowed, where we just like have a little fun. And just taking an anti-migraine dance break, as I do every 15 minutes. So that's the idea. There's a lot more to the design. I have a big design document. Um, like I want people to reply with their answers, and I want to have a system that receives their replies as they're happening rather than polling later for them. Um, and I already have a little bit of that infrastructure set up just to make sure that it works. So when people's replies come in, then the system can check, did they put a word that's in the puzzle? Are they the first person to put that word? And then put in the database the information that this player has placed this word in the puzzle, and then check how many letters are therefore added to the puzzle successfully. And were they the first person to use this word for this puzzle? And did they how many letters did they add to the puzzle correctly, and therefore they get that many points, and then increase that Twitter account's point total for that puzzle in the database. And then when the puzzle's finished, post or as it's updating, post people's like scores as it's going. And then when it completes, like put who had the high score and stuff, and then keep the scores going for the week, so people can obsessively try to be the first to finish crossword puzzles, and maybe put little cooldowns in. So like kind of like in Words on Stream, if you've seen that on Twitch, where if someone's good at crossword puzzles, they don't get to always dominate by being like, okay, I'm the first, and I'm going to put this word, this word, this word, this word, this word, this word. I got all 8, perfect score, I'm the best, no one else can play. Like put a cooldown to make sure that that like other people get a chance to play as well. And then if it becomes popular, and more than a few people want to like get in there first, like often, which I don't think will be a problem, but if it becomes a problem, then I can make more rules to prevent that, or I can make bigger crossword puzzles so more people can tackle different parts of it. But for now, I want to make it like pretty small, but still a valid, complete puzzle that looks like slightly non-trivial to solve. Like 8 words in a grid, takes a few minutes, or you find a point where it's unsolvable. Puzzles, or the clues are bad or something. So that's the idea. It's a little ambitious, but so was Emoji Tetra, and I built that. I built most of Emoji Tetra on stream. That's probably a lie. I built parts of Emoji Tetra on stream. And it looks like this. And this was, again, just because I had the idea in the shower of like, you can't put pictures and polls together, but couldn't you make emojis to play some kind of grid game and have 4 options? And like, what are good grid games where there's only 4 options at any one moment and there's no other choice to make? And I was like, well, there's Tetris. So I made that, and that's like database driven with polls and reading and writing. And I know I can do all of the components for this It's just labor. Like the only thing standing in the way of this existing is the amount of work that it requires to make it. But that's why I'm streaming it, because I want to get it done. And it's kind of fun to stream coding. People are surprisingly interested in coding. Um, Here's the thing. Hi, Quadrain. Good evening. How are you, Quadrain? Quadrain, if anything, what are you eating? Or what did you eat recently? I want to know what everybody's eating. That is a lot of coding. Yes, it is a lot of coding. It's something to do. It's one of my many hobbies. Uh, I'm just trying to make streaming be part of those hobbies. Okay. So this, as I was explaining what's going on here, I'm still trying to make a crossword puzzle. Um, this with cells method, a lot of coding. I like it. Good. What do you code, Shanranner, if anything? If you're in chat and you're working on any kind of code project, let me know what it is. If you're allowed to talk about it, or you can say it's under NDA, highly classified. So as I was saying, the this cloning cells process is currently useless because it's making an exact copy of something that can't be changed. So what's the point? And what I want is Toolbear waves. Hi, Toolbear. I know Tim the Toolbear Taylor from Netflix. We used to play board games there. I have not coded in forever. Last time I coded, I was teaching kids Swift playgrounds. Ooh, Swift. I looked at Swift for 5 minutes. It seemed good. I just don't want to pay Apple for the privilege of trying to make it happen. They're so tore. We had nachos for dinner. Quadrain says we had nachos for dinner. Our friend picked up the shopping for us because as of this morning, I'm on lockdown for 5 days. Blurg. Oh, I'm so sorry, Quadrain. That sucks. I'm so sorry. Swift is fun. It looked fun. It looked kind of like some of the better programming languages in its syntax. I kind of want to learn Unity. Like Twitter's like mostly my platform for making stuff the last few years, um but as I see game jams and stuff, I'm like could start branching out into proper video games too. That would be fun. So you're a nacho man tonight? Nacho man. Uh so we have cells to add and we want if some of those cells that we're adding to the grid, we're basically overwriting cells that are already in the grid. That's the idea. And we already did that for the two-dimensional array of cells, the grid itself. Like we copied all of the old cells, but we overwrote some of them with the new cells. So horizontal starts and vertical starts are their lists. I'm not sure I want them to be lists. Numbered starts is good as it's an array. I'm sorry, it's a map of numbers to cells, which is very much the same as a list, really. But because those numbers are so integral to how a crossword puzzle works, and you're gonna actually render those numbers, I wanted to make it very explicit. Those are like numbers 1 through 8. Doesn't start at 0 or something else. Quadrant said my first time needing a test in the entire pandemic up to today, and it came back positive. I was so proud of my streak. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Quadrant. That sucks. I also have not had a COVID test ever. I have a bunch in my drawer, but I have never taken one because I've never been exposed to anything. The closest I could have said I came to anything like was maybe passing somebody in a hallway that who wasn't wearing a mask when I was wearing a mask, but I usually hold my breath when that happens, and it doesn't happen very often. Or going to the dentist, which they're supposedly very careful. So I've been also like you extremely careful, and I have no reason to think I'm exposed, so I haven't taken a test. But I'm so sorry that you got it. That sucks, and I hope it turns out minimal to you. Hi, Rock. Welcome, Rock. Rock was just playing board games today. Let me give Rock a shout out. Let me give a few shout outs to my friends in here. Rock was last playing board games, which I was unable to join in on because I was trying to finish eating and making my cat stop yelling so that I could get around to streaming before it gets too late.
Left to right.
And Quadrain, Quadrain is not showing in the system what they last, what he last.
Backstab the skirmisher. We're gonna come around here to the back and back him from the back.
Oh, I was like, what's that voice? I forgot. Sorry, that is.
Oh my god! Oh my god! That was really bad.
That's Quadrain. That's a clip from Quadrain. Wait, hang on. No one asked what I was eating. I'm sorry, Al. What are you eating? Al, what are you eating? Also, Al, what are you painting? I mean, I don't want to pigeonhole you into, what you're known for, but I do want to know what you're painting. Al paints all kinds of board game minis, and I have been washing my board game minis, and I haven't gotten around to painting them, but I wanna. It's fine so far. Vaxxed and boosted, so it's a cold. Yeah. Rest is the only advice that I can give. Not that you asked for any advice, but I keep seeing like doctors on Twitter saying like people want to like, oh, get back to it and like stay energetic and stuff, and like that your chances of getting long COVID are worse if you push yourself while you have mild COVID. So just take your mild COVID and just sit down and just wait and push yourself. Painting Ankh, cool. You're welcome, Rock. Thank you for the shout out. Please go follow Rock if you like board games. Rock was just doing a community board game night. It's really fun. Goes on Board Game Arena all the time and plays with people in chat. Nice. That was when Richmond and I played Mario Golf for October. Nice. Yeah, those are good random clip history moments that it pulls up for people who are often like, what? What was that? Elle, what are you eating? What are you eating? Ate grilled cheese and strawberries. Nice. Ooh, that sounds good. I'm glad that I ate before the stream. I would get really hungry otherwise. My last stream, I messed up the notification. It was an RPG one-off with friends. Ooh. What was the RPG? That clip was playing Demio on VR. I found all the bosses in one room. Grilled cheese and strawberries together? Hey, could be. Okay, so horizontal starts. So I need to replace the horizontal starts that are coming in from the cells to add. So if we're taking cells to add and we're finding ones with the same row and column, then we want the new one, not the old one. So let's just pass cells to add in to clone cells. Clone cells with new clone cells, but replace old ones with new ones. Clone cells with new horizontal starts, new cells, and how about put new cells? So if that's put new cells, and then this is old cells and new cells. Nope. This is new cells. Not now, but I wanna. Not eating them together, but you wanna. An indie Norwegian game called Until We Sink. Ooh. That's what you're playing. Interesting. I don't know that one. That sounds cool. Nom. Because grilled cheese with fried apple side inside too is delicious. So I thought maybe strawberries might work. Oh, strawberries inside a grilled cheese? Oh, I see. That does sound a little weird. Nomming on a ground beef based sloppy joe. Nice. Sloppy joe like dish with sliced bread that my hubby made. It's very nom. He's good at the foods. Sliced bread that your hubby made? What? That's so cool. You have like homemade sliced bread? Wow. I'm glad to get like sliced bread from Panera. That's my gourmet bread. Put new cells. Okay, so this is cells to add. And this is, I'm going to rename this to old cells. That sounds delicious. It does. Sloppy Joe like dish on homemade sliced bread. Whoa. Wow. Okay, so that's old cells. This is old cell. Call this old cell. We want to keep the old cells in place, except we also um, want to add the ones that are cells to add in the places where to override the ones that are in the old ones. Ugh. So the old ones should always have all of them, even if some of them were empty. So we're going to assume that that's safe to assume. And we're going to say, Rolling with Rock said, hate to stop by for only a quick minute, but thank you so much for stopping by earlier and for the shout out. Looking forward to our next gaming experience together. Have a great rest of your night, friend and chat. Thank you so much, Rock. Don't hate to stop by for a quick minute. Stopping by for a quick minute is the way. That is the way. That is how it should be. You should always feel free to come by someone's stream and say hi, and then gotta go. Otherwise, we get into that thing where we just don't say anything because we're like, I don't want to get into a whole hour-long, 4-hour-long conversation with somebody. Thank you so much, Rock. We will play again soon. Thank you for hosting your game nights. I love them. Twilbear said, it's very delicious. The meat topping is homemade. Bread is from Leonardi's local San Jose area grocery store. It isn't better than Sloppy Joe's, but it's as good and different. I agree. Have a wonderful night. Good night, friends. Thank you so much, Rock. See you later. Good night. So it's not better than Sloppy Joe's, but it's as good. Sounds good. I just had some chili from, I don't know, that I ordered. Put new cells. So we got old cells, we got cells to add. So I'm now thinking I don't want the 4, I want the 4i. So we have like an index number to go through and we can I don't know. I guess that doesn't make sense either. It's the index's number isn't going to do anything. I guess for each old cell, we have to find the cells to add. I have to iterate through the cells to add to find the one that matches the position. Ugh. Or we could make a map. So this is okay when there's only going to be 4, maybe 6 words that are going to be in the list. Iterating through them that many times isn't a big deal. But what if we use the same algorithm to change from an 8-word crossword puzzle to I don't know, what's the New York Times? A 100-word crossword puzzle. Then we start getting orders of magnitude more repetition that could be bypassed by changing the object model. If we use a map of location to letter, and we don't just glom all of that data into this cell object, and then make a list of them that you have to iterate through to find the matching one, then we would be optimizing. But would we be pre-optimizing, where we're doing premature optimization? That's just a bunch of busy work that adds a bunch of stuff that doesn't solve a problem that's a real problem. It's a made-up problem in my head because I'm imagining scaling a crossword puzzle from 8 words to 1,000,000 words. And I want to be efficient in the way I produce it, even though it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it really might be the latter. It might be pre-optimization, premature optimization. I will put a note about it. Toolbear said, sorry about the positive diagnosis. Everyone who is still doing mitigation at this point should feel proud of doing their part. But to exist in society, even the most careful of us have to make savings throws against COVID. I'm sorry you didn't roll well one time. I blame the DM. I agree. I agree 100% with all of that. It super sucks. And there's so many people arguing for less safety, and it makes me mad, and I try not to pay too much attention to it because I'm not able to fix it, but it does make me mad. I saw some earlier today and I just went and watched something else because I was like, I can't with this. This is bad. But I am not going to be changing minds by arguing with people on the internet. So I'm going to look at something else. Um, yeah, it does suck. It does suck, and it's still happening, and it's getting worse, not better. Uh, and at some point, there will be more tipping points where things will have to change in some way. I don't know. I don't know. This hasn't happened this way before. We don't know what's going to happen. Um, all right. So without premature optimization, what I can do is the sloppy, inefficient, like code it today method with a comment saying this is inefficient, but at this scale, it does not really matter. If you want to optimize this process later, you could do something like change the start cell lists into maps from coordinate position to letter value. This is inefficient, but at this scale, it does not really matter. Okay, so what am I talking about when I write that comment? I'm talking about a nested loop. So for each of in the old cells, let's do a for I because we want to be able to put a break. For I is less than cells to add dot size. So for each cell to add, so we have all of our old cells in the list of horizontal starts. The cells where you have a number in the crossword puzzle that points to a horizontal word beginning. Say there's like 3 of those. Maybe there's 6 of those. Maybe eventually there's 20 of those. For each of those, we're going to look through the cells to add and see if we find a match of its position. So let's do old cell dot, oh my, old cell dot get row, get call, row, old cell, get call for column. We got the row and the column. Quadrant says to Toolbear, thanks, yeah, still wear masks, still don't go to events or crowded areas, still being super cautious, but it's not enough when you have kids and have to bring them to school even when you know they wear their masks. Luckily, vaccines work. Yep, that's right. My exceedingly isolated way of life is only possible because I don't have kids. Cells to add. And I don't have a dog. My cats don't have to get walked. So cells to add sub I is, oops. So this is one of the cells to add. What is happening? Cannot perform refactoring. Unknown expression type. Oh, it's not an array. I knew that. Get I. Cell to add. So this is one of the cells to add, or new cells. I could call it new cells. But I'm calling it cell to add. Cell to add, get row. Cell to add, get call. Oh, that's not what I want. Well, it's just an int here. We could just do this. If row equals, I mean, this is so minimal. Maybe I could just call this every time. I don't know. It doesn't matter. If row equals cell to add get row and call equals cell to add get call, then they are the same position. Same position, new cell. Then oops, no. Old cells. Okay. Oh, and we want a Boolean up here. Boolean, still looking equals true. So if we're still looking and we haven't reached the end of the list, then we keep looking. So cell to add, if the rows match and the columns match, then list builder add cell to add. Otherwise, we don't. Otherwise, nothing. Another Boolean. Found match equals false. Found match equals true. And then down here, if found match, if not found match, still looking. Actually, we don't need two of those, but one of those is enough. So still looking is true. Still looking for match. We're still looking for a match between the old cells and the new cells, a coordinate match. Still looking for match. So then still looking for match equals false. This will cause the inner loop to end, and it will cause us to have a record of the fact that we are not still looking for a match. In which case we'll add the old cell. This is complex enough that it's going to need unit tests, because this method barely fits on a screen. It's this many lines. It kind of sort of fits on a screen, kind of, if I squash this down. There, now we can read the whole thing on a screen with a pretty big font. But it's definitely going to need some unit tests. Okay, so still looking for a match. That's good though. I like that. I get it. Shanrenner is given a symbol that's not registering in my Twitch, and a syringe to, yes, celebrate the vaccines. Okay, so now we got new horizontal starts, new vertical starts with cells to add. So we got those put in. We got new cells added, those put in. And now we need to do the same type of thing to new numbered starts. And this method is a little longer than I like, but okay. So for numbered starts, that is the list of all of the horizontal starts and vertical starts, essentially. It's just all of them together, including ones that are both horizontal and vertical starts, and ones that are one or the other. So we need to put new cells in there as well. Put new cells. The symbol you can't see is hands making a heart shape, for what it's worth. Oh, thank you. Let's copy and paste that into another browser where maybe we can see what it looks like, what it's supposed to be. Heart hands emoji, a very new emoji that is not rendering in my operating system or my browser, but we have graphics for it. It's heart hands. Nice. Thank you. Put new cells. I don't like overriding methods with different lists of parameters. Generally just causes confusion. I could do it here, but I don't want to. So put new cells in map. Oh, interesting. It's a map. This one should be easier. Maybe. Oh, that's another thing. Instead of old the row and column, since these are supposed to be the starting points of words, they should have unique numbers in them. It's true. Some of this is like I'm figuring out the object model as I go, but the longer that I don't change the object model, the more enmeshed it is in all the rest of my code. So like having a list of horizontal starts, like it sounds like something I need. It is something I need because you have to have the clue list to be like, here's all the horizontal words and here's all of the vertical words in order with their numbers, and then map those to the words where they start. You can infer the rest of the word in the grid based on the starting position, the verticality or horizontalness, and like where the end of the line is for like a cell that you can't put anything in. But you do have to have a list of which ones are starting things. Or you can just use the rules of crossword puzzle generation to constantly infer what those are every time you need to know. I don't know. Once I start adding clues, though, I think this object model might help. So I'm keeping it for now, but I do have an uneasy feeling that it's not the right object model, and I should change. Like, it should be a map, or it should be something. There should be a type of, like, a single map of, I don't know, of like word reference data, like what number is it? Is it horizontal or vertical or both? And then the word or the starting cell. I don't know. I don't know. It smells bad. My code smells bad, and I know that. But it's it'll work. This is how all systems are. They're all made like this. They're all like, I don't know, this seems like it'll work. And then you kind of like puzzle over how it should be better. And you're like, I don't know, it works. Yeah, we could change it. Let's change it. And then people are like, why don't you add these new features? And you're like, I'm busy refactoring. And they're like, what does that mean? And you're like, never mind. It's better. uh, so put new cells in map. This is going to return another one of these. And then we're going to call that new numbered starts, and we're going to put it in here, and that's great. Now we need to make this method. So this method is going to be a little bit like put new cells, but it's going to return this. And it's going to take one of these. We'll call this old numbered starts. And one of these mutable list of cells. Cells to add. Okay. Extremely long lines, which it's not wrapping correctly on its own for some reason. Can I just, oops. How do you format with the command line? Let's look it up. I found that sometimes Java editors are bad at auto formatting, especially when there's generics, which is the Java term for the stuff here between the arrow brackets. I don't know if that's been fixed yet, if that's still a common problem. IntelliJ Java auto format keyboard shortcut. No. How to enable auto format code. We can easily format the current file using Control-Alt-L. Okay. What if I just want to do part of it? Control-Alt-L. Okay. I wanted the save action to do that, but it didn't. Actually, maybe I don't want the save action to do that. It's kind of annoying. There's certain things auto formatting does while you're still typing and saving that you don't want. Like sometimes it gets rid of your trailing white space, but it's on your current line and stuff. It's not great. Like right now, I don't want to get rid of my trailing white space in this line because I'm still using it. I haven't typed the first letter yet. So we want to get a builder for this map, which I assume is going to be very similar to this. Immutable map builder. The types are integer cell, map builder, immutable map dot builder. And we want to do some similar stuff here. So for all of the old cells, for all of the things in the map, map builder. So to iterate through a map, there's a couple of options. You can do entries. You can do, oh, this doesn't have entries. Order entries by value. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the wrong object. What I want is old numbered starts. So we could do key set. We can do entry set, which is the pairs. We can do key set and then get them. Let's do key set. I think it sort of feels the most straightforward to me. So these are the integers from the old map of integer to cell of which cells in the crossword puzzle start words and what are the numbers we're going to put in those cells. So for each of those integers, we'll do for integer I in integers, we will get the associated cell from the old numbered starts. We got the cell. We'll call this old cell. And the old cell we might use, or we might override the cell based on these cells to add. So again, this is inefficient, but yada, yada, yada. But at this scale, it does not really matter. If you want to optimize this process later, you could do something like change the start cell lists into maps from the coordinate position to letter value. Change all start cell lists, including the one we're passing forward. Well, no, that wouldn't make sense because this is just a list of all the cells. So I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe you have to do it this way. Let's see. So we want to iterate through we want to do this again. If the row and column match, different I. This is not so much, good night, everyone. Gonna sleep. Good night, Mr. Selberg. Thanks for coming by and watching and saying hi in chat. Have a good sleep. Let's see. For the integer, what is the significance of this integer? It's like it's the word number in the crossword puzzle or something. Let's call it a start integer. Or a word start integer. Okay, so it's a word start integer. Index? No. And then what are we doing? Cells to add. We'll get the cell that we're trying to add next, and No, we're in the word start integer. We're going through deciding whether to use the old cell or the new cell. If the rows match, then same position, new cell. This is another reason why my object model is not great, because I'm having to copy a lot of this code, but it'll change it a little bit because I have some lists and some maps, but they do kind of similar things. List builder. So we're not using a list builder today. This time we're using a map builder. Put in the map builder. Put the word start integer and the cell to add. Otherwise, if not still looking for match after that inner loop, the map builder will get put, we will put into it the word start integer in the old cell. Okay, then return mapbuilder.build. Okay, so that may have been a little in the weeds, tedious. Fire Spray, gotta head out to my friend. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you, El. I know coding is up and down with how exciting it is. So thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. I'll see you later. Have fun painting your Ankh. Okay, so that looked tedious, but here's the cool part. We finished. The section is done. So to do, deep copy the 2D array of cells and replace some of them with the new cells that have letters in them. Do the same for the other collections of cells. Done. Use the same new collections to build a new grid object. Done. Delete, to do, all done. So now we need to go back to the unit test and see if it works. So we had a puzzle spec. Last time when last we met, we were trying to test this thing and see that it still works. See that it, trying to make it a unit test and see how far it can get before it has an error, and implement all of the stuff that it needs in order to not have an error, and then get to it actually doing exactly what it's expected to do. So multiple entries with same key. So this test is making a new puzzle with an arrangement of 4x4, the smallest, tightest puzzle arrangement that I have. Puzzle with rock. So I said with an answer of the text ROCK with a reference number of 1 across. So the top of it's going to be the word rock. Then we do, so we have the empty puzzle, and then we make the puzzle after we've added the word rock, and then we take the result, and we expect the string contents. We expect the string contents of that puzzle to look like this. And this string output is basically just here for unit testing or any kind of testing. Multiple entries with same key. Okay, so we have our next problem, which is mapbuilder.build. So that did not work. So already we've got a unit test that is proving that what I just wrote is not 100% correct. There is a logical flaw somewhere in it. And now we have to find the flaw. We got through the other lists, the other parts, but the other method. But this method has a problem. So let's debug into here and see what we get. Old numbered starts, size 7. So that makes sense. That there are 7 numbers, 7 cells that have numbers in them on a grid that looks like a 4x4 grid. Because there's the top 4 and there's the side 4, and one of them is that corner, and therefore that one only counts once. So there's 7 total. So that's why there's the old numbered starts have cell reference number 1 through 7, usability light, meaning you can write in them, row 0 and column 0, 1, 2, 3, because Java uses zero-based indexing starting with the number 0, and row 1, 2, 3, column 0 over here. So there's 0, 0 once, and then there's 1, 2, 3 on the top, 1, 2, 3 on the bottom, on the side. Okay, letter null. Is vertical answer start true for 4 of them, false for 3 of them? That looks good. Cells to add. We have row 0, column 0 through 3, ROCK. That looks good. Map builder, we're not going to get into its guts because it's supposed to just do its job, and it's not supposed to be our problem. Now we're iterating through dance break, clear the head, clear the bloodstream, get going, we're gonna get it, we're gonna make it work, we're gonna make a crossword puzzle. I can hear the water gurgling in my belly when I do this. Because I had a bunch of food, but then I drank a bunch of water. Ooh, that's good. I can feel the pressure in my head, like, moving, as it's like, oh yeah, that would have been building up in a way that I could not feel until I got up. So it's really good to get up and make sure I'm okay. Okay. So word start integer. Let's go to the next line. So now we've got integers. So we've got a list of integers, or whatever, immutable set of integers, and they are 1 through 7. Their indexes are 0 through 6. That's okay. That's expected. Now we'll get from old numbered starts, we're getting old cell, row 0, column 0. Row 0, column 0, with letter null, reference number 1. We did that. And let's just sort of traipse through here until we get an error, so we have a better idea what's going on. Still looking for match is true. Cell to add. The cell to add is letter R. Row 0, column 0, letter R. Reference number 1. Reference number. That's the term for the word start number. I should have called it reference number. Although word start number is also pretty good. So if they match, then we want to put the cell to add, which is the R. And then we want to say still looking for match is false. And then we're going to break out of the loop because it's no longer looking for the match. And since still looking for match is false, I see the problem. Stop. The problem is this exclamation point right here. And a lot of the time, the problem is an exclamation point. This is programming. Exclamation point means not. So whatever this variable evaluates to, it's supposed to evaluate to true or false. It's a Boolean type. It's either true or false. And it's supposed to be the opposite of what I said, of what I wrote. So let's talk through the logic. If we get to this part of the code, we're using the new cell because we're in a place where the R from rock is supposed to be used. Then we want to use the R from rock. We're trying to add the word rock to this grid. If we're iterating through and we're in a place that doesn't use this new word, we want to use whatever was in the grid before. So if we're still looking for a match, which we start out true, we start out by looking through a match, that's what lets us enter this loop and start iterating. Once we find something, we say, oh, we found it. It has been found. Still looking for match is false, so we'll stop. if we go through the whole list of cells to add and we do not find a match for the current old cell that we're looking at, its position, then we're still looking for a match at the end. So then we want to just use the old cell. We did not find a match for the new cell list on this position that we're currently operating on. So I have to get rid of that exclamation point, which means I have to get rid of it here as well, because this was wrongo, for exactly the same reason, because this was the same logic that I copied to do a map versus a list, but the logic is the same almost entirely. So now if we run this, let's see what we get. Okay, progress. We don't have an error message. Instead, we have condition not satisfied. Result is 48 differences. The word null over and over again, not a dot. Okay, so this is a result of what we're calling to do the testing is toString contents, and this logic in here is missing something where we said, oh, I guess I need a different character besides dot. I was mixing up dot with blank, like a writable location, a grid cell where you are allowed to put a letter, but where we haven't yet put a letter because we're still building the puzzle. So dark is represented by a dot, and we need a new character to represent a space where you are gonna put a letter, you just haven't yet. So here we just said get letter, but if the letter is null, it's literally gonna put the word null, and it's gonna end up with some unreadable stuff like null, 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 which isn't gonna render in a way that I am gonna be able to read very easily. So I don't want that. So instead of just saying append whatever you get for letter to an empty string, which is what this plus is doing here, instead I want to say if cell get letter equals null, then the ch string, the character, should be the string, let's use hyphen. And if it's not null, so if it's dark, we'll use a dot. If it's null, we'll use a hyphen. If it's neither of those things, we'll use the letter that we expect to find there. Okay, it's still red. Next problem. Now the problem is that the test doesn't reflect that change yet. So these are all supposed to be light, places where you can write a letter, but they have not yet been filled in. Should I use dash? It kind of looks like an underline. That's fine. It doesn't matter. I was thinking I could use plus, but it doesn't matter. And we have our first green test. Yay! Okay, so, but let's do a few more. Now that we have the framework in place to start building a crossword puzzle by adding words to a puzzle, let's actually make a puzzle in this test and see that every step of the way it's doing what we expect to do, and it's keeping all of the results as we go. So instead of result, I want to do, here's puzzle with rock. So this is going to be, oh, no, it's fine. Let's keep going. Instead of result, I'll call this rock result. And then we're going to keep going. Let's put something let's put something puzzle. We'll put something down the first one. Like ring. That's probably not very easy, but whatever. And we'll do that in reference number 1 down. Orientation down. Puzzle with ring. And then we'll do, and here's the thing. Puzzle with rock is supposed to not change when you make puzzle with ring. So we'll have rock result, ring result, puzzle with ring. Then, so we'll be able to see the building up of the puzzle one word at a time. Like this. So ring result should be like this. ING. I don't have a plan for what this crossword puzzle should actually be. This is not, I don't intend to be making these by hand. I'm just messing around. So this would definitely not be the way to make a crossword puzzle. You know what? Let's just find a crossword puzzle that's a 4x4 crossword puzzle so that it makes sense. Because this isn't about the selection process of words. This is just making one that makes sense, just so we can see that the building blocks are there. Crossword puzzle. 4x4 crossword puzzle. 4x4 crossword clue. What? Oh, that's a clue for crossword puzzles? I see. No. 20 answers to 4x4 briefly. Oh my god. Nope. Crossword puzzle generator. This is where you add words in. I want the other way. Instant crossword puzzle maker. I don't want to add words in. I want to just use a crossword that exists. And no, I don't want to enter words. No, the other way around. All right, fine. We'll try it the hard way. So let's make a crossword puzzle. Let's go into, like, here, you all can help me with this. Make a new Jamboard. Four by four crossword puzzle. Okay. Share. Anyone with the link can edit, copy the link. What? So can I, but for all the wrong reasons? I missed it. Anyone who'd like to come on into this Jamboard and help me mess around with making a crossword puzzle. How do you make a smaller one of these things? I don't remember. Okay, so I said rock, which is not a good word to start because not a lot of words start with K. What's a word that starts with K? Kong. Kong. I said ring. It's probably not going to work. But this is also the manual process that the computer is going to be going through. Typo was going to suggest only down. Oh, only. Only. Okay. GYOG isn't going to work very well. Only. Into, but CT isn't really a thing. C. I'm not good at making crossword puzzles. I have no experience. The whole point is for the computer to do it by trial and error very, very rapidly. I want to say nylon, but that's not what this is spelling. Scrap only. Wrote that before you filled out more. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. So we can do only here, but then we need the hard one then is, where's eraser? Is what will fit in the difficult spot, like the Y. So what's a 2-letter word? What's a 4-letter word that with the second letter is Y? So this is like can use a crossword puzzle uh, helper or something. What are those called? Yeah. So if you have 4 letters, the second one is Y and the last one is G, then you have apparently LYNG, pile. So if we did pile, then this would be an E instead of a G. And let's try that. Pile. Then R blank blank P could be something like reap. This could be N something, but K space space E. Oh, dance break. Okay. K blank blank E can be lots of things. Kale, core. Let's try, or knee. Interesting. Interesting. Knee is interesting. Knee. And then AL blank E. AL blank E. Aloe. Aloe, Almy. Aloe might be good. EN blank N. EN blank N. Nothing. Oh wait, Enon. That's apparently a word. And look, we got cool. We got lucky. Here we go. Crossword puzzle. Done. Rock, Enon, aloe, pile. Reap, only, cool, knee. We did it. So let's take those and put them in here. So final result will be, thank you very much, Tim. That was excellent. We did it. Rock, new line, plus Enon, aloe, pile. Aloe, pile. Okay, so that's the final result after we add everything. Everything. Here's what I'm wondering though. Clue for pile equals go. Yeah, we don't need clue. We don't need clues yet. We just need to be able to make a puzzle at all. Clue generation is a completely different process. That's another day. Okay, so we got rock, Enon, aloe, and pile. Now I could just add them, just the horizontal ones. But this brings up the interesting point of how do the vertical ones get populated when they are solved entirely by the horizontal ones? I think they still have to get added manually by, not manually, still have to get added by the program. So rock, Enon, aloe, pile. Yeah, they do. Rock, Enon. Don't know what Enon means. Don't care. Aloe, pile. So these are all going to be across first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7. Puzzle with Enon. Puzzle with aloe. Puzzle with pile. And I don't need to have this separate step of getting the strings out. I can just do this equals that and get rid of that. So this is going to make it look like the puzzle's finished in being created, but it's actually going to be a lie because the vertical words haven't been added yet to the object model. Like the program doesn't know what the vertical words are, even though all the letters are already there. allo and pile. So that's rock, enon, allo, and that. Okay, so this is going to pass, but it's going to be deceptive in what this means because, well, it's not passing, but that's because I made a mistake somewhere. Because it's actually, it's actually not going to contain all the information it needs to yet. But let me see what I did wrong. I don't know. Maybe my 567 isn't working correctly yet. It should be 567 because here the algorithm for generating the numbers in a grid should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So in a 4x4 grid, that's what I expect. And if I'm not getting that, I need to have a unit test just for that about this this grid layout. So why am I not getting that? Null pointer exception. Oh, it's not that it's wrong. It's that I'm doing it wrong. I see the problem. So all these say empty puzzle, and they aren't supposed to. It's supposed to be building off the previous one. So that goes there, that goes there. So we want empty puzzle to get rock added to it. And then we got puzzle with rock. Then we take puzzle with rock, and we add enon. We take puzzle with enon, we add allo. Take that, we add pile. Once we've added those things cumulatively, then this is more likely to pass. I shouldn't say it's going to pass because I might have made a second mistake. Yes, I did. Null pointer exception on with answer. Okay. This is what unit tests are for. Find the null pointer exception. Don't run it in production. Don't even write more code if you don't have this thing working yet. So the null pointer exception, I think, is somewhere inside of ref num match on this streamline. I'm not a big fan of the newfangled, what these kids are doing these days, Java loops, where they want to put everything on one line and make it harder to understand, but shorter. But I know people really like them, and I'm trying to get better at them and find the fun, find the value. But this is an example where it's kind of annoying. So if a.getReferenceNumber equals reference number, then great. But if a.getReferenceNumber if there is no reference number, no, wait, what? Int reference number. So this is with answer. We're adding an answer to a puzzle, which for some reason we were able to do before, and now we're not. So let's comment out more of this test, and let's just get a little bit of it to work. Just adding 2 words, not 1 word. And see if that works, because I don't know where it failed exactly yet. Already failed. And if we comment this out, and we comment this out, what happens now? This essentially passed before. Interesting. So now that we've added an answer, when we try to add an answer again, we get a failure. So that's good that I added more to the test, because just stopping there and saying, "Yay, we added an answer, we're done," that's not enough. It's adding that second answer that's tripping up the program. It's showing that there's something else we need to consider, because we get a null pointer exception here in this very, very complicated line, which is one of the things that's not great about really complicated lines, is when you have a null pointer exception, you don't know where it's happening from. So now you have to break this very tiny little line into lots of little pieces so that you can debug it. So I'm not like super jazzed about this, because I could have done this as a loop instead. Ref num match. Let's look at what this is doing. With answer, we take the answer text, the reference number, and the orientation. And we have a predicate, which is a question you're going to ask about whether something is true or false. And I called it ref num match, which is an abbreviation for does the reference number match between the two things. So we have reference number passed in, and we have a dot get reference number, which here it's the answer list stream filter. So answer list is providing the type of what we're filtering to find out what A is. A is answer list is of type answer, and predicate answer. Predicate answer is defining the type of what A is here. So if the reference number of the answer in question matches the reference number that was passed into with answer, we're adding an answer to a puzzle. Then answer found. So if we found an answer with the same reference number, answer list. So we're picking which answer list we want, horizontal or vertical answers. Orientation must not be null. Okay. Answer found. Existing cells. Answer found for existing cells. I think this is just checking, are we putting in a word in a place where there already is a word? I don't remember what this is for. Well, let's find out. We're going to get the cells, the existing cells of the answer that we found. And get the existing letter. Incompatible word exception. So what we're trying to do is say, like, you're trying to add a word and it won't work. It's what we were doing manually with our brains when we did this. We were like, can I put can I put some word here? Like, it won't fit. Like, can I put Kong here? No, because pile is here and there's an E, so the G won't match. So you can't put knee here or you can't put Kong here because pile's already here. Something like that. That's the intent of this code, but it's not working because it's throwing a null pointer exception for some reason. And it's throwing it here on this line. Ref num match. Let's debug and find out. It's not going to be very easy to debug. This is very hard to debug code. Find first, get. Oh, I get it. There was no match. And this incorrectly assumes that there will be. Okay, yeah, right. This is faulty because when I added, I don't know. I don't know why the first one worked and the second one didn't. I'm confused by that. So if the first one, there was nothing in the puzzle and we passed in a word, then what happened? it should have had the same error when we put the first one in, and it didn't. And that's confusing to me. So let's comment this second thing out. And let's debug into here for just that first word that we added and try to understand what's going on here. So answer list is horizontal answers or vertical answers. And each answer is just a list of cells, and then an orientation reference. That's what's meant by answer in that situation. Okay. So answer found works in this case. So now let's step over there, and answer found is the empty answer that's already there, which is to say the existing cells exist. There's a fundamental mistake in here that I still need to understand. Just stepping over to see where we get to. This is all going to work because we've seen that this test passes, and that's confusing. So answer text is rock, and we're putting the letters of rock into those cells. Oh, what's that? To do implement with cells. We did that. Stop this. We did implement with cells, but creating the new puzzle we didn't finish doing. Okay. So the problem is we have a big to-do here. The reason why the second time failed is because the first time we got the cells, we put stuff in the cells, and then we blanked out the very important lists of horizontal answers and vertical answers with null. And so those lists are no longer lists, they're null. And that's why there's a null pointer exception on the second try, because the first try has gone through this section of code one time. Because I got overly excited with finishing this line, which was the previous stumbling block for finishing this whole method here called with answer. We're trying to put an answer into a puzzle and have both the new puzzle and the old puzzle intact, fully cohesive, with all of their data correct and ready for manipulation, adding new answers to either one. So you can make a tree of like, we're trying adding a word here, try adding a second word. Oh, that and then a third word. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, well, we don't like this second word. It was too difficult. We'll try a different second word. Let's go back to the beginning and try another second word. And you can go as far back as you need to until you find a word placement that is doable, which is what we did manually. But some of it we were doing unconsciously with our brains, well, we know this letter is less common, so we're going to work on that first. And I could put some of that into the algorithm maybe, but fundamentally it's trial and error. You need to do lots of trials at each level of that decision tree before you can arrive at something where it's possible to create a complete crossword puzzle with all of the words valid and filled in the way you wanted them. All right, so the problem is we didn't finish. Also, the problem is that this unit test is testing the with answer method, which is much, much bigger than the with cells method on grid. We don't have a unit test just for with cells, and we probably should. Good explanation. Thank you, Toolbear. I know this is a lot, and you have, I'm guessing, 30 years ish of background to understand everything I'm saying. And anyone who's not a coder is probably like, I understand what a crossword puzzle is. um, but basically, I done fucked up. So now I need to unfuck it. So we have new answer. My biggest clue as I was looking through this code was that I saw that where it says answer, new answer, the font on this new answer word here, this variable, is gray. It's supposed to be white, just like new grid underneath it. And if it's gray, it means I didn't use that variable yet. So why did I make that variable? I don't know. I don't leave variables in my code that are not used. I consider this something that's going to generate a warning message on the side, like this little purple thing. And if I hover over it, it says local variable new puzzle is redundant. Value new horizontal answers is always null. And then this one up here, up somewhere, explicit type arguments can be something something, where you don't need to have the type in that spot there, except that now there's a different error message. So I don't know what it's talking about because it's probably wrong. That's weird. What? What do you want? What do you want? A question mark? What do you want me to put here? Now it's red. I don't like warnings in my code because they distract from actual errors. I want to see like nothing important on the side here. Identifier expected. Okay. Cell. Explicit type arguments can be inferred. Remove type arguments. Alt Shift Enter. Alt Shift Enter. Oh. Okay. Cool. Let's get rid of these warnings too. What's this? Optional get without is present check. So I'm not expert at these types of calls, and the IDE can spot certain patterns that are bad. And there's an underline here that I didn't notice because it's kind of subtle, but there's also a big purple blob over here. And oh, you can't see it. Let me move it in. So the big purple blob says optional.get without is present check, meaning you're calling a method that might cause a null pointer exception. You shouldn't do that, which is true, unless you're really positive about what's going to be there. And I'm not sure I am positive right now, but I'll get to that later. I don't mind that that's a problem at the moment because it caught this error in a way that I was able to figure out without spending too long. So what we need is, this is supposed to be null. I put null here just to make it valid code. It's not supposed to be null. I put it to do, build the list. So new horizontal answers, which is an immutable list of answer objects. Jesus Isaac. Hello. Jesus Isaac, what's the last letter? I or L? Jesus Isaac L. I think that's what it is. Hello, Jesus Isaac L. Or Jesus. Please let me know if you can. Let me how to pronounce your name or what you'd like me to call you verbally because I don't want to say it wrong. I'm not quite sure. But welcome. Hello. How are you doing? What are you eating today, if anything? I need to have some more water. I'm glad I ate a lot before stream. I was trying to get into the idea, the mindset that you should eat during stream and feel comfortable with it, and everybody should be comfortable with streamers eating, which I still think is true, but not the whole time, and not when it's a stream about other stuff that's full of talking, and where like it's not that I mind people seeing me eat, it's that I end up not eating enough because I'm talking the whole time. Hello, like the last time, Jesus. Okay, I'm eating grapes while watching the stream and reading about PyScript. Cool. Right on. Welcome. Well, I'll be your work buddy and we'll hang out and do some coding together while you read about PyScript. I will be figuring out what I was trying to do here. So I'm making a crossword puzzle Twitter bot, one step at a time. So the new horizontal answers. We have the new answer created, and all we have to do is take the old answers and merge in the new answer. Merge, that's the word I should have used earlier. Instead of clone with or add to or something, it's merge. You want to merge the new stuff in with the old stuff. That's better. I can come back and, well, I could put new cells in map. Merge old and new, merge map with new cells or something. Merge map with new cells. That's pretty good. And then this one I could put new cells. We'll say put new cells. It's pretty accurate because that's what you do with a map is you override the ones that you're changing. But we could also say merge, put new cells, merge map with new cells, merge list with new cells, or merge new cells into list. That's pretty good too. Merge cells into list. Merge cells into map. Good. All right. So we need something to put this answer in. New horizontal answers. We need a builder. So immutable list builder. We had it over here. Yes, immutable list dot builder. Answer builder. Well, we're going to make a method for this because we're going to do this twice. After we write it. This is so similar to what we're doing over here. Some of this like verbosity comes from using the immutable list classes instead of a regular list. And that's because this process needs to use immutable stuff in order for me to be able to think about it. And that means a little more code, but more certainty that I'm not changing stuff that I shouldn't be changing. I need to make sure I can't change it by accident. Because there's a lot of nested objects. If any of them get changed because of a process where I'm adding some letter or something to the crossword puzzle later on, I have to make sure that doesn't change the state of any of the other copies of the puzzle that I made earlier that have fewer words in them. That's why the word immutable is all over the place. Let's see here. Mutable. So list builder. So this is merge cells into list. We're going to want something like this over in puzzle. Something like it. It's different. It's going to be about answers. Immutable list of answer. Going to have some things in common. Merge answer into list. Old answers and new answer. Then this is builder with an answer for all of the old answers. We're going to do this. We're going to take answer get. So each answer, it has cells, it has a reference number, and it has an orientation. The combination of reference number and orientation is what makes that answer positionally unique. We don't have to worry about the cells. They'll get taken care of by other parts of the program. but when we're adding a new answer into a list of answers, we have to make sure we're replacing the correct one and excluding the correct one that was in the old list. Oh, thank you for following Altoids Touchpad. I hope that's a real person. It's almost a set of random words that a bot swarm would use to create realistic sounding usernames, but it's on the cusp. It could be something when a real person was like, I need some words to make a new new account. Hey, and they're talking. It's a real person. Hi, Altoids Touchpad. Welcome. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm Joe Sandow. I stream board games and coding and a variety of different things, and I dance every 15 minutes so I don't get a migraine, which took me years to figure out. I also have light reflected off the walls onto my face so that I'm well lit, but I'm not looking at any light whatsoever. It's not that bright, and yet I'm well lit. You can see my face. Welcome, Altoids Touchpad. If you are feeling chatty, I would. And oh wow, those are great emotes. Look at that. I need the Alexa Jam emote. It's just me bopping. Yeah. These are good dance emotes. I need some of these. Thank you for the examples. Abby C, Alexa, Abby CA. These are good. Yes, I love it. Thank you. Thank you very much for showing me these emotes. I'm jazzed. I need some dance emotes. I need to make some. The question I have today is, what are you eating? If you're feeling chatty, I would love to know what you're eating now, or what you just ate, or what you're about to eat. I'm really into what people are eating today. I just had a bunch of chicken and green beans and chili, and it was delicious. And I scarfed it down before stream and tried to get my cat to stop screaming. And then was like, okay, that's it. Now we just need water, and then we'll go. Oh, it's 10 p.m. So I should probably check on the cats. I also have to make sure I'm not talking super loud because then the neighbors are going to get mad at me. Mix some stuff inside the soup. You're mixing some stuff inside the soup? That's what you're doing? Are you suggesting that I do that? Or I think you're suggesting that you're doing that. And right on. That sounds good. So 10 p.m. Let's see. I need the cats to get fed and I need their teeth to get brushed. I don't want to stop streaming, but I think what I need to do is wake up Nibbler because he hasn't had lunch, and I need to brush his teeth. So here's what I'm thinking of doing. Let me get set up. I want to give you all a little something to do while I go get the cat. So I'm going to set up a little words on stream, which is appropriate for our topic today is building a crossword puzzle app. And words on stream is not a crossword puzzle, but it is close enough. I think there should be a crossword puzzle Twitch game. That's a good idea. Let's make a note of that. Let's build words on stream, but for Twitch. Let's build a crossword puzzle version of words on stream. So build crossword. What a good idea. Crossword puzzle game for Twitch, which is also good to start building stuff for Twitch in case Twitter gets, for any reason, too messed up to bother with someday. Crossword puzzle game for Twitch, a la words on stream. And honestly, it might already exist. I don't know. But you'd think you'd see it already if it existed. You'd think. Not a bot. You did mix some stuff inside the soup. That sounds good. That sounds really good. Let's see here. Copy. How do I copy the link? Here's the link. Let me get this into OBS. This is challenging while I have full screen going. Oops, sorry. But I can do it. Here's the words on stream. Looks fine. And not that. Where is it? Where is it? Here. I'm confused what I'm looking at. The title, the overlay, the browser window. Is that it? Oh, I think it has to be Chrome. I forgot about that. My Firefox audio isn't getting picked up by OBS. This is not a problem for other people. It's just a problem for me. Chad is sleepy. Yes, Chad is sleepy. I mean, I'm a small streamer and I'm doing coding. People sometimes get excited and sometimes they don't. And it's 10 p.m. Let's see. Words on stream. Although you're right, if Chad is very sleepy, words on stream may be not the best choice because it's very hard to beat by yourself. Why is this not showing up in Chrome? Oh, it's being too difficult. All right. We're going to scratch that. Change of plans. It's too much trouble. And chat being sleepy is a valid point. I'm going to switch to a be right back instead and go get a cat and brush their teeth. His teeth first. Okay. We're back. We're back, but are we having captions? Yes, we are having captions. Fantastic. Answer, self-play, array. I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. I didn't understand that, Altoids. I'm sorry. You're trying to decipher my code that's on the screen? It doesn't make sense just yet because it's a piece of code from a different class that I'm reusing a little bit of to make a new method for copying answers into a crossword puzzle. Not copying, putting answers into a crossword puzzle so that we can make crossword puzzles on a Twitter automatically. It just takes a few weeks to make the first crossword puzzle, and then it takes half a second to make the next one. And then half a second to make all the future ones. And then we can make hundreds of thousands of them. Good boy, Nibbler. This is Nibbler. He's very good at getting his teeth brushed and his claws clipped. We don't have to clip his claws today, but we do have to brush his teeth. And then we gotta make him some dinner. Being such a good boy. Yeah. That's okay. Good boy. Good boy. Okay, keep your mouth closed. More toothpaste. More toothpaste for you, sir. Yeah. Almost done. This is a good way to wake him up before his dinner, because he sleeps through lunch and he'll sleep for a while if I let him. But it's time for dinner. 10 o'clock. You haven't eaten since 3 p.m. Okay, good boy. Time for the other cat. That was Nibbler. Time for Amethyst. We'll go get Amethyst. Put a little toothpaste on her brush and find her. She's around here somewhere. Maybe hiding. Yeah, she was sleeping in the bedroom on the hot clothes from the laundry. She didn't have enough time to get away from me. Okay, good girl. Start with the sensitive toothpaste. Sensitive tooth. On the front left. Gentle and brief. All done. All done with the sensitive tooth. Good girl. Oops. There we go. Yeah. Are you hungry? After this, you'll be ready for some food after you clean your face, right? I'm gonna make you some food. I heated up the water. I'm gonna get some dishes. I'm gonna hang out in here and make you some food. Yeah. First, we gotta clean your teeth. Good girl. And then, after you have food available to you, you can get back to coding. Get this code for writing answers into the crossword puzzle. Get that working. It is an interesting idea to make a Twitch game where Twitch chat could fill in a crossword puzzle. I'm just not sure how to pay for it. how to pay for the hosting. I wonder what the Words on Stream business model is, because their thing looks pretty elaborate, and I don't know how they pay for it, because it seems free. It doesn't seem to have advertising. Maybe it's just a loss leader for their business. I wonder if there's a way to make it so it doesn't cost me much when people use it. I don't know. Good girl. Okay. Teeth brushed. Now, gotta make their food. And then get back to coding. But I think it's a nice circus trick that the cats can get their teeth brushed, so I do it on stream. Success. Success in brushing cat teeth. Victory dance. I need dishes and spoons and water and food. I'll be right back. One more. Okay, I'm back. I'm back to make the cat food. And then make the software. First we make the cat food. Then we make the software. Altoids, did I ask? Oh, I asked you what you were eating. You were eating, mixing some stuff inside the soup. That sounds good. Mixing stuff in soup is good. I've been ordering Nintendo Switch games. It's really peer pressure. It's just seeing Twitch streamers playing them, and I'm like, I want to play. So I just got Nintendo Switch Sports. And Smash Brothers. Smash Bros. Ultimate. Alright, plenty of food left because Nebo didn't have any lunch. let's see. I ate before I started streaming, which was like 7:30. So that's not too bad. That's why I'm not hungry yet. And it would be nice to get more of this done tonight. I was supposed to stream with some friends, but they canceled. So then I was like, okay, that just means today is a good day to stream more of my project on my channel. AureusCon, oh, your little characters thing at the bottom of the screen adds silent lurkers too. Hello, AureusCon. How are you doing? Welcome. Nice to meet you. What are you eating? Or what are you gonna eat? Or what did you just eat today? Yeah, I have it set to include silent lurkers, which I have mixed feelings about because it puts like follow bots and people who are shy and don't want their name on stream don't necessarily want to be here if it's gonna like force their name to be on stream. And I understand that, but it's also kind of nice to just be able to see that you're part of the conversation and the community hanging out together. If you are a silent lurker and you're like, oh, I would have stayed, but I don't want to see my username on the stream at the bottom, so I left. Feel free to let me know by Twitter DM or Twitch Whisper or something, or Discord message or whatever, because that would be interesting to know. I can turn that off. I can make it just be people who are actively chatting. I just currently have it on to be everybody. Everybody except people I've blacklisted so they don't show up there. Like certain bots, my own bots. I saw Commander Root on there and thought, oh wow, Root actually talked in chat. No. And then saw my own name. Yeah. I put a blacklist on a few bots that I knew were usually there, like Stream Elements and Moobot and my own bot account. And I could do some more so that there's fewer, like, so it doesn't look like it's just full of bot accounts and it's like, what's the point? What does it mean if it's just bot accounts? Yeah, there's quite a few bots in here at the moment. I haven't gotten a raid tonight, but it's still kind of botty. Oh wait, it got too big. I messed up. Let me fix it. Wider. I did something that resized it by accident. I was just trying to pull it up, not resize it. Let's fix that. There. Like that. There. Now let's find the bots. Okay, Commander Root, you're a bot. So let's make it go away. I don't know, some of these are bots, so I can get rid of them, but I can also remove them entirely. Seribot, I don't want. Wait, I can't click on it. Great. There we go. Seribot is not a person. And the rest of these are, some of them are real people who have spoken or who I know. And except for a few that I'm not sure. And I can check. So there's this cool tool called twitchinsights.net, which is helpful for like if you're a Twitch streamer and you have a bunch of accounts that are like kind of just hanging out in your chat even when you're not chatting, or as you're streaming they just sort of pile up but they never say anything, and that's fine. Some of them are just lurkers. But if they're in like, let's say 50,000 different chats at the same time, that's not a person. That's a bot that has some other purpose. If that's a good purpose, like Commander Root or Seribot, then great. Leave them. If it's nothing that you've ever heard of and you can't figure out what it means, it's probably connected to some nefarious purpose that's not helpful to you. Some kind of tracker that's just trying to be in your chat to gather information, which could be useful for some other purpose that you might like, But if you've never heard of it, it's probably not helping you. Unless you like having your numbers inflated by bots, which is valid if that's what you like, but I don't. I tried removing the chat lurking bots, but they just get replaced by new ones. Yes, they do. It is a game of whack-a-mole that never ends. It's easy to make new accounts, and they keep on coming. But I like to get rid of them because I don't like it to look like, oh, look, there's 10 people here, or there's 50 people here, and then you look and it's a lie. I'd rather it be just people, bots that I welcome, and people that I welcome, not bots that I didn't ask for. So, the way I do that. Oh wait, I should finish feeding the cats. So I go to twitchinsights.net and I put in each bot account. And I don't usually do it on screen, but I might actually do it today because we're talking about it. Once I switch back to that view, twitchinsights.net, which it's being weird. Copied the wrong thing. Which then has a link to all known bots. I guess it's more useful to say this link, twitchinsights.net/bots. And then if you put in the name of one of the bot accounts or one of the accounts that you're wondering about that hasn't said anything, it could be a friendly lurker or it could be some annoying bot that's in thousands of channels. And it'll tell you how many thousands of channels it's in. I do that too. Yeah, it's nice. And then you can ban and block those accounts, and they won't leave your chat right away, but at least when you banning them doesn't do much because they weren't chatting anyway. But blocking them helps because then they can't follow you anymore, so they're less likely to know when you're streaming to come try to get attention again, to just be in thousands of channels where people click on them and go see the messages on their channel that convince them to do something or look at something that has nothing to do with any kind of conversation or fun or anything. It's purely just trying to get away with some money-making scheme that isn't fun for the streamer that they're preying on or the viewers that they're preying on. Okay, here's the cat food. Cat food's ready. Nibbler, wet food. Amethyst, wet food. Can I get them to eat? I don't know. That's a whole other thing. It's much harder to get them to eat while streaming than it is to make their food. Oh, here comes one of them. Here you go. You want to eat here? I am stunned that that worked. They don't usually come to eat when they're called, but one of them just did. I'll take it. If I can get one cat to eat. Oh, the other one's here. The other one's here. Okay. Do you want to eat here? You want to eat too? You can eat too. Is that too close to Amethyst? You can eat that. Uncomfortable? They're eating. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. Get a good shot. They're eating together. Right next to the green screen. This is very unusual. That I make their food, I put it on the floor, and they eat it. You would think that would be a normal thing, but it's not. Usually there's a lot more sales involved in the process of getting them to eat. But today they're being really good. They're just eating. This is amazing. And now my chroma key is all messed up. Why is my chroma key all messed up? I think my camera changed its white balance settings automatically or something. I've just been banning so far. There were a few instances when a bunch of fake and bot accounts would follow, but most of the time they just silently lurk. and record chat for whatever reason whatever reason, like you said. I don't know what big insight they expect to get from Twitch chat though. Yeah, I don't know if they're recording chat. I don't know if they're using chats. Contents. Bye, Nibbler. Good boy. Good job. They might be recording chat. We'll never know what they're doing. I think some of them, because if you click on them, sometimes like it seems like their profiles are there to be like to gather followers up for themselves and to try to be intriguing. That like, oh, who's this person? This person's must be someone who wants to be my friend. I'll follow them back. And then they gather followers, and then they show ads, or like they show some propaganda for a thing that makes them money, or they reference some other account they control that tells you go to this website to buy some whatever. Yeah, it's bait for people to check their profile. Yeah, exactly. They always have around 4,000 followers, and and that's a badge of status, having that many followers. And all it really means is that they successfully tricked a large number of people into thinking that they're a real person who's interesting and might be worth following, or who has clout and might be useful to them. And they're not. They're just automated systems trying to gather people who can be of use. So let's squash a few. I'm really impressed that the cats have eaten. That's so nice. Because making their food on stream is an accomplishment. That's a little bit of labor, but getting them to eat, I usually have to like let that wait or leave for a while to go get the cats to eat. It's not usually this easy to just have them eat like normal cats. So that's nice. Okay, let's get these. Let's go squash some bots. And then let's make a good bot. Let's take some bad bots and make them go away. Okay, so I am now. Oh, how do I copy their names? I can't copy their names from stream avatars. Interesting. There's no interface to do so. Okay, then I'll use another interface. Cats don't like you watching them eat. No, it's not that. They do. They very much like me watching them eat, to the point where they won't eat by themselves sometimes. They'll only eat they'll only eat if I like provide them a lot of help. Uh-oh. Too many things have gone minimized by Windows. And now I worry that something's not going to work right. Everything looks okay. But what I wanted to do was not minimize. I wanted to just go squash. I wanted to go bot squashing. Let's go bot squashing. Aurea said, I had a cat who had lived outdoors for a while. We let him live inside, and he would yell and insist that I watch him eat. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Mine want, like, their food's kind of bland. It's very healthy, and so they don't love it. And so I put, like, dried chicken powder, like freeze-dried chicken and freeze-dried turkey, as a topping, and I have to put just the right amount of that, and it has to be fresh and freshly crumpled, and they'll want to have it maybe a couple times during the meal. And like Nibbler likes it when I put the food together again into a big pile for him, so it's not all flat, even though he's the one who flattens it. And Amethyst doesn't like that, but does like more powder halfway through. So depending how hungry they are, it's a different like little adventure to try to get them to eat more wet food and not just the dry food, which is kind of not as good for them. Now she's digging. Okay. Hey, you want some more powder, honey? Nope, I think she's done. Good girl, Amethyst. Do they make mouse flavor powder? I don't know. I haven't seen it. I'm just glad when I can get the chicken, because it's been kind of like having supply chain problems recently. Harder to get freeze-dried chicken than it used to be. They don't make much mouse food for cats. You'd think. But I guess humans don't want to buy it. So they just don't make it. They should. They're natural food. How do they react to catnip? They like catnip a lot. They have a big basket of catnip toys, and Nibbler's like medium interested. Amethyst really likes them, and she'll just pull out a whole bunch of catnip toys and like lick them and get them like nice and juicy and wet, and try to get the smell out of the stale catnip from inside a toy. And if they get some catnip, like they'll roll around in it, have a good time. They're both catnip positive. They have the catnip gene that makes it work. They also like they like even more than catnip is Silvervine, which is a different drug for cats that comes in the form of a piece of like a stick, a wooden stick that they like to chew on. You can't leave them alone with it because if they break off a piece, it's like a splinter that they could swallow. But it gets them super high and they really love it. It's stronger than catnip. Hey, Dutch Yoda. How's it going? How was your stream last night? I saw the beginning of it with your son. And I had to go to sleep because in California it was extremely late. But what did you play and did you win? I know that you were playing. I know that you checked. It was fun. We liked the game. Good. What was the game? I know that you checked to make sure there was a tiebreaker and there would be no tie that time. Somebody was gonna win. I was just feeding my cats. I'll be right back. I gotta put this food away. It was. I was just telling my partner that the cats ate, and she was like, "Really? That's weird." We didn't need the tiebreaker, but basically, it's the one ahead on the reputation track. That's right. That's right. I remember you talking about that. All right, so while we were talking about the characters at the bottom here, some of whom are real people who we like, and some of whom, oh, okay, one of them is a Twitch employee who's either here to hang out or just passing through. So we'll leave them alone. And then there's Commander Root, who is a good bot. And then there's a few other ones who I'm not going to make a big fuss over their names because I don't want to embarrass anybody who wants to remain unannounced as a lurker. But I am checking their names in twitchinsights.net/bots to see who amongst these so-called people is because it was brought up that there's so many people lurking that generally means that a good percentage of them are follow bots. Not all of them, but some of them. And I'm not a fan of follow bots. And I like to see which ones are in a large number of other channels, like thousands and thousands of other channels, and just say, no thanks, that's fine. You can watch the other thousands of channels instead of this channel. So one of them is Shy Puff, who was in here for a long time before. Shy Puff. Shy Puff is not a human who is here to hang out and chat. Shy Puff is a bot. The kind of bot that has no apparent purpose. Nope, no useful purpose that I'm aware of. So I'm going to block ShyPuff and ban ShyPuff for thoroughness. The banning doesn't matter. The blocking is what's really useful, because Twitch is weird about having a difference between banning and blocking that most platforms don't have. And there's a couple more in here that are not showing up in Twitch Insights, so they're probably not bots. So we'll just leave them alone. And you can't tell by whether they have a picture or not, but the rest seem to be okay. So welcome lurkers if you are real lurkers, and welcome bots if you've gotten away with not being caught by Twitch Insights. Congratulations. You get to stay. Oh, look, it's a bot. Delete message. Just what we were talking about. Noise and bots. Gamerwoman3D, hello and good night. Thank you for saying hello and have a good night. So here we have a bot, and we're going to go blockity block, banity ban on the bot's head. Block this, ban that. All right, right on cue. Yes, right on cue. That's the other kind of bot, the bot that does chat. One of the worst kinds. Okay, let's get back to, oh, we're already back in full screen. Fantastic. So we made a crossword for a unit test. We made some parts of a program for, nope, for making crossword puzzles. And now we can get back to it because the cats have eaten food. Hallelujah. It's a miracle. What was I doing? I don't know. Merge answer into list. So I was basically taking this piece of code from that other place that I wrote for merging new cells into a list of old cells. And now we're going to do the same thing for merging new answers into a list of old answers in a way that overwrites the old answer information with the new answer. Yes. We might want to have some protection in there that says you can't add an answer where there already is an answer there that's filled in. So pretty much every answer needs to be either blank or not blank. I don't know yet. So we had answer get, so there's get cells, get reference number, and get orientation. It's the same position if it's got the same reference number and the same orientation. So those are the two that I care about right now. I'm not going to worry about the cells right now for the purpose of comparison. So we got the reference number, the orientation. That's the equivalent of the positioning that we were doing before. Still looking for matches true if cells to add. Cells to add is kind of like new answer. We don't necessarily have to iterate over anything because the thing we're adding is no longer a list of things. It's one thing. So we can just say if new answer reference number equals, this is going to be called, hold on, this answer is actually old answer. So old answer, and then this is old reference number. Old reference number. This is old orientation. So old reference number new answer get reference number equals if that equals old reference number and new answer get orientation equals old orientation. I think we have to use the dot equals here. This is an enum type. I guess you can use a double equal sign. Yeah, I think you can. Each enum value is its own unique object, so that should be okay. So if it's the same place, then something. If it's the same location, then we want to use the new answer, not the old answer. Use the new answer object, not the old one. Because we're trying to put a new answer in. Merge answer into list. Yes. Oh, dance break. Oops, the chair hit the green screen. Hello, if you're new here, my name's Joe Sondow, and it is on a timer, Aureus, yes. I have migraines, and for years I had trouble streaming because streaming requires a lot of sitting and concentrating and having a lot of light in your face for an extended period of time, and those are all migraine triggers for me. So I had to systematically figure out why I was getting migraines from streaming and how I could stream without migraines. And one thing that I learned was that my lights need to be pointing at the wall and bouncing off the white walls to hit me in the face so that I don't see any light, but any significant source of light, but that I'm well illuminated anyway. And what I discovered more recently was I was playing a game called Escape Simulator with my friend Ambi, because we like escape room games. And each of the escape rooms was this like tight 15-minute puzzle on a timer, and we would like solve it together and beat it. And then once we beat it, the people on the screen would start dancing. And I would just be like, victory dance, yeah! And I would just imitate what they were doing on the screen because they were our game avatars. And dancing along with them every 15 minutes had the curious effect of making me feel a lot better after I streamed. And I realized that was something I've been wanting to do before, was like wanting to do like dancing streams and movement game streams, because sitting too long gives me migraine, especially sitting and doing something actively where I'm like concentrating and I'm not taking breaks, I'm not getting up. Um, and uh, and then I was playing other games where I didn't have that, and I was like, I need to start just doing that. And I found some music that made me want to get up and dance, and I started dancing on stream, and I would just like put it as like a channel points reward, and then encourage people to use it to help me not get a migraine, and I would use it sometimes. And then I was like, I need more. So this is not reliable enough. I need it to be constantly. So then I added, I have the Mix It Up program for my bot, and I couldn't get that to activate the channel points on a schedule to do the what do you call it, sound alerts, but it can play its own. This man got rid of his migraines with this one weird sexy sex trick. Doctors hate him. Yeah, this is the long version. I'm just excited about this story because it was like quite a journey, and I'm excited how far it's progressed. So the next step was, can I get it on a timer? And I got it on a timer, but it was looking like this. It was this, and I was like, I don't have, like, don't worry about it. I just have to show off my dad bod. It's all cool. It's fine. No body shaming here. But it still felt weird to be like, I do feel like there's something awkward happening every time I do it because I have to make a joke about it. Otherwise, it's like, ugh, what is this stream? Why is this man pointing his torso at me frequently and wiggling it? Is this a stream I want to watch? And I was like, probably not. So uh, instead of doing that, I was like, felt a little uncomfortable doing that all the time. So then uh, I was like thinking about it some more, and I was like, if only there was a way I could make the camera I could have a camera that was higher up so that I can stand. And like one of the things I like about PlayStation games is I can play them wirelessly while standing, and I don't have to touch the keyboard much, and I can just use the controller, and I can do all kinds of stuff, and I can still move around a little bit. But I don't want to stand the whole time. I actually like being able to go back and forth, sitting and standing. Um, so I was like, well, if I had another camera, that'd be great. And then I could just hit a keyboard shortcut and use some kind of software to switch cameras, OBS um, or split cam or whatever. Split cam can do that. It's not perfect, but it's okay. It works. Um, and I have extra requirements because I stream with Ambi every Monday, and I wanted my camera to be switching not just in OBS, but also the source of whatever's getting sent to her through Discord had to change at the same time. I'm still working on getting her to hear the music. That's another complicated task that is in progress. But I got it so that I could hit a keyboard shortcut and I could switch cameras, do the dance, hit another keyboard shortcut, and sit down. Then I found out Mix It Up also let me do the keyboard shortcuts in there and a timer and the music. And it doesn't have to be a channel points reward, so don't have to worry about sound alerts. I can just play the sound from Mix It Up in the Mix It Up overlay in OBS. Get all this stuff working. So now every 15 minutes, it starts playing the music, and I edited the music to be the length that I wanted it to be. And it starts with this nice little tone that's like a build-up, which it just happened to be there. That's just how the music is. But I really like that because that's my warning. That's like, oh, it's time. Stop what you're doing. Get ready. Get up. Let's go. And it goes like this. Because I can also do it manually. 4 seconds. Then switches to the top camera during the saxophone solo part. Plays the rest of the 13 seconds of the 17-second total audio file. And then switches back to the bottom camera. And so I don't have to constantly remember what the keyboard shortcut is for the top and the bottom and miss the cue and stuff. And I still miss the cue and a little bit, and it's like not perfect following me up and down, but it's close enough. And it's something funny and weird that's happening on the screen that's like, instead of being disturbing, it's kind of just fun. And at the same time, it protects me from feeling like I really want to stream, but I can't because it's too dangerous. Instead, I actually feel better if I stream than if I don't, on average. I have a diary that like demonstrates this, and I was surprised that like, because I dance so consistently when I stream, it's actually like better than when I don't stream, and I'm less likely to be dancing every 15 minutes because I don't have all the stuff running, or I just don't bother. You hit a hotkey in OBS to do all that, or were you saying it was a different program to trigger all that? It's a different program called Mix It Up. And it's this program, looks like this. This is what's running Good Place Janet for the most part. Good Place Janet is also run by Stream Avatars, which is those people at the bottom here. Some of the commands come from Stream Avatars, and I have the Good Place Janet account attached to that. But I also have that account attached to these commands. These are the timers that I have that are active today, and it's got a million functions. So I've got like, these are just like chat commands. It can do its own Twitch channel points. Oh, I also used it for this, which I don't have people do enough, but I like it. What's a good one? This one, Comics Cam. So if you go to the bottom of chat and click on the gold bar where the Latinum is, and you scroll down to the blue stuff, for 600 channel points, you can invoke one of the filters like this. And it's, oh, there it goes. And that is through Snap Camera. What's it called? Snap Camera, which is made by Snapchat. And that's where my picture is filtering through before it goes into OBS. But that's also through Mixitup, because those channel point rewards, I created them in Mixitup with the effect that when that channel point reward gets triggered, it will perform a keyboard shortcut on my computer, which will then change the setting in Snap Camera for what filter to use at the moment. So I'm real happy with Mixitup. The more I've used it, the more I like it. At first I was like, oh, that's not ideal. I want something that doesn't require running something extra on my computer all the time. I want server-based, like chatbot and all that stuff. Scanner darklying yourself. Yeah, exactly. So when I wanna be a VTuber of a sort for a little while, but with arms. See, VTubers can't use arms because most of their VTuber software just doesn't do full body. It's just like tracks the head, because faces are what software is used to tracking. And this doesn't change anything about the video except for the face. So I have full body, weird head, and I have a whole bunch of them. I want to add some more, but I have a bunch, and they're fun. And Mixitup can do all kinds of stuff. It's very fun. A friend who was just starting streaming was trying to figure out how to be able to use shortcut keys for stuff like that. I'll tell him to check it out. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it is. It's cool, right, Dutch? It's fun. It's like a little bit of a learning curve to use Mixitup, but it's not that bad. You just have to get used to it, and um, and then you start thinking of things you want to do that you wish you could automate, and then you just, after a while, you keep coming back to the question, can Mixitup do it? And it's like, maybe you need something else too, like you need Snap Camera to do this filter, you need split cam or something like it if you want to have like switch between two different cameras, not just for OBS but also for Discord. If you're co-streaming with somebody doing interview kind of talks. But you can do it. So now I have, like, my first checklist to start streaming is like, okay, zoom in my cameras with Logitech gaming software, whatever, and then open split cam, open Snap Camera, then open Mixitup, then open OBS, then open streaming avatars if I'm going to use it. You're a wizard, Harry. Yes, that's my plan. There is a wizard. It's funny you should say that, because there's a wizard cam, which is the first one I ever used when I was hey, it didn't work. I already hit it. You just turned it off. I'm sorry. I missed it. You did. Oh, that's why you said you're a wizard. I thought you meant I was a wizard for having the technology. Yes, thank you. This is maybe my favorite one because Harry Potter garbage aside, the hair on this wizard is like so fascinating. It's so funny. I first found this because my statement worked on multiple levels. It's very deep. It was a good pun. I need a pun command. I haven't like set up a counter yet. Oh, I did set up a counter. Stream Elements has the counter. I forgot that I'd done that. Good. Now we have 3 puns that have happened in the channel so far. I first looked up how to do this when I was going to play Potion Explosion with my friends online on stream. And I was like, I don't want to use cosplay because my migraines make it hard to put things on my head. But I could use some sort of a filter that changes how you look. So I looked up how to do that, and I found Snap Camera, and I was like, well, this is spectacular. much, much more impressive than what I expected or was looking for. And I love it, and I'm using it. And it was a great stream. We had a lot of fun, and it was very funny. That was how I met, what's her name? Never mind. I don't remember. Some people. It was fun. And then I started looking around in Snap Camera and I was like, oh, I could do more with this. And then I was like, I could automate this. Let's do it. I can do it. It's possible. So I like making goofy stuff. Good old what's her name? My chum. Um uh yeah. uh I just remember having fun with the wizard um filter that day. Okay. What was I doing? Get reference number is this, use the new other one, not the old one. Okay, the new answer. So we're making a list. We're checking it twice. List builder add. New answer. Otherwise, oh, and that's this. That's the equivalent of this. So I'm still looking for a match is now false. And after all that time, it's time to dance again. That's the wizard. Dancing wizard. The other thing I have to keep in mind as I get excited about all the tech that I love talking about. Do you watch the YouTube channel of Michael Farrer Jr.? I don't know who that is, so no. I don't know who that is. Why do you ask, Quadrain? And hello again. The other thing I need to mention out loud so that I don't forget is that I'm not supposed to talk super loud after like 10. Definitely not after 11. Definitely not after midnight. And super not after 1. Because my neighbors can hear me if I talk too loud and I'll get in trouble. And that's why I got the microphone that I can put next to my face like this. Because years ago, when I had lights in my face giving me a migraine, sitting still in a chair, getting a migraine, I also had a microphone that was on my desk, a solid like 12 inches away from my mouth. And I was like, this is no problem. I'll just project. That was not a good plan. You make it to a small overlay around the camera when that happens to like dance time or whatever. That's interesting. Yeah, I could. So my main like views, my main scenes, this is not always what I use for my scenes, but I do like doing it this way when I'm doing like full screen coding, which is the only way to do coding, in my opinion, is full screen. It's not true. It's the only way I do coding because I need to go to different windows, and to show you what I'm doing, I just use the full screen or like 3/4 of it. Quadrain says he does lots of tutorials on how to do some stuff in your stream, animated overlays, alerts, and face cams like this to be the best streamer you can be. Ooh, Michael Farrer. Is that Stream Scheme? I've seen some stuff by Stream Scheme that's not bad. Sometimes he's just sort of filling space, but some of it's useful. That's where I got my transition from. He made it. No, I don't know Michael Farrer. That's cool. I have to look up his YouTube. Michael Farrer Jr. Hello, Legends. Legends, how was the hula?
Hello, my YouTube friend.
Oh, no. He's yelling. Okay, I've subscribed. Thank you for the suggestion, Quadrain. Hello, Joe Sondow the Gray. Hello, Legends. Welcome. Let me shout out my friends in here who are streamers. Quadrain.
I had Foglight on my stream way back on my like first or second week, playing Quantum.
Quadrain.
So that was fun. But it'll be my first guest, like kind of where I've got like video and stuff, and we're playing, you know.
The whole performance was great. Oh, I'm sorry, I
more of a
missed it.
setup going.
That's cool.
I also have a custom overlay that I've created just for it. That hopefully will look good. All right, so Dot with Bud.
Shout out Legends. They were last playing Just Chatting. Legends was just streaming from his phone in Hawaii, an outdoor event with hula dancing. I saw a little bit of it, but they weren't dancing yet when I saw it. So yeah, I could put something like dance something on stream by sending another signal to OBS or doing for Mix It Up. I think Mix It Up has direct connection to OBS um, to add to do like toggle visibility of things. So I could do that. Um, my usual uh, like gaming so usually I have like my Star Trek LCARS frames around everything, including my face. So I'd have to like figure out how to work that into the small area left after the thick LCARS stuff. Um, but that's an interesting idea to label like what's going on, why are things different? Because I thought about having it go into chat, like Mix It Up could just send a message from Good Place Janet like 25% of the time, could just say like anti-migraine dance break. Um, but you're right, a visual indicator would be a good idea. Let me make a note. I like that. Thank you. That is a la Moana. Blue is me. Oh, you are. You're so sus, Legends. He yells at the intro to all his videos, but he's super chill while explaining how to do things. I understand that, Quadrania. That's an internet thing to try to be interesting. So the suggestion was have dance breaks show a border or indicator of um, the dance reason or something on stream. A camera border. I like that. What would it say? I guess it would just say like dance break. Yeah, I mean it doesn't have to be on the camera frame. It could be just an alert. It could just be a graphic that says like dance break. Time for a dance break. Something like that. That's interesting because it does show like the dance breaks are you can hear and see them. And they don't have to go into chat. The reason I didn't put them into chat was when I had it briefly, I just thought it was like when chat's quiet, it's every 15 minutes there's one of these things. So if it just says there's a dance break, there's a dance break, there's a dance break, that's very repetitive for a bot. It's kind of like, yeah, we know. Like you don't have to keep telling us it's a dance break. So, but I could put, I mean, I have thought of maybe putting it as like an occasional, like if there's a way and Mix It Up to do random, I could do something that's like occasionally do this. I don't know. Okay, so if the answer matches otherwise, which is called else we want to use the old one, the old answer. Okay. Okay. Hold on. That's possibly wrong. Oh, we don't need this variable anymore because we're not using a loop. Much simpler. Yeah, a lot of bots are spamming like that. It would be cool if they were keeping track of chat and not repeat themselves if the last message was them saying the same thing. Yeah, exactly. And that's logic that like if I were writing it very much myself from scratch, I could put stuff in like that. But to add that to Mix It Up would be like a pretty big project because I haven't worked on Mix It Up. It is open source. I could try to add stuff to it, but I have enough open source projects of my own like this one. So I try to work within the framework of what's already available that's easy to do. Okay, so that's simpler. And then return list builder.build. That's good. So merge answer into list. We now have a method which is gray, which means it's not used. And that's because I copied and pasted some stuff here, and I need to do this. Merge answer into list. We pass in the old answers and the new answer. Oh. No, that's fine. We're gonna try to add it to both of them, and it's only gonna get added to one of them because only one of them will have a matching orientation. We could check the orientation to decide which one to pass it into. That would kind of make sense. Maybe we'll do that. Where is it? Answer builder. We don't need answer builder. We need the old answers. Where are they? I don't know. They're coming out of the puzzle. So let's get them out of the puzzle. Puzzle dot. There's no. Oh, it's just this. We're in the puzzle. This dot get horizontal answers. So merge answers into list. This puzzle we're in. Get horizontal answers. For sure, yeah. It would be nice if they added that. Don't repeat yourself. I mean, maybe that exists. There is a lot in Mix It Up that I don't know, just because it's a lot. There's a lot to explore, and not a lot of self-explanatory documentation of things. It would require a lot of reading, and the answer eventually would come out, no, we don't have that. I guess it'd be faster. Instead of trying to read all the documentation for everything, it would probably be faster to go into their Discord and ask and have them say no, which is the default answer from open source software developers. Hey, is it possible to make it so that it doesn't repeat itself? Is there a switch for that? No. Do you want it? Go ahead and add it if you want to add it. So this is what do you call it? Inefficient in a way that doesn't much matter, but isn't that hard to get rid of. So we already did a check for the orientation here. Oh, we already have an orientation here. So with answer, if orientation, we can just do if orientation. If orientation, which we checked this earlier to do something else to get the appropriate answer list, but it's okay, I think. Yeah. Is there a way to put these together? No, because we have to get the answer list early and then do a bunch of stuff, and then we have to make another decision. So we'll just do it again. Which means more lines of code here, but less processing. I don't know which is better. If orientation equals, let's just do it the same order that we did it earlier. Across or down, which is another way, the crossword puzzle way of saying horizontal and vertical. Then if it's across, then new horizontal answers equals merge the stuff. If it's vertical, then new vertical answers equals merge the other stuff. And let's see here. I think we want to declare these variables up here, but not assign them any values. And then we'll say, if it's across, horizontal, get vertical answers. Get the horizontal answers. So then the new horizontal answers equals merge into list, and the new vertical answers equals this dot get vertical answers. And here the new vertical answers equals merge into list, get vertical answers with new answer, and new horizontal answers equals this dot get horizontal answers. Because these are immutable, we can just copy a reference to the same list, and we don't have to deep copy every single thing. But for the thing where we're making a change to the list, we need to merge the old list with the new answer to make a new list. Once we have those two, then we make a new puzzle that has, oh, I see. We have to have an else at the bottom with a throw, which is a lot of extra code in this method. It's very annoying, but it is necessary to make it clear to the compiler that we have two options, cross or down. There is no third option, but if there were a third option, we have it covered. I tried doing a different thing for migraines for a few months, which was like 30 minutes of sweaty Zumba every day, which sounds a lot easier than it is. And it sounds hard. It's even harder than it sounds because you have to stretch first and after. You have to shower after, maybe first. You have to be fed, but not overfed. You have to be not tired. And it drains a lot of energy doing those setup things and those cooldown things. And it pretty much takes most of the day, most times, to be like optimally ready so you don't hurt your joints. Because if you're doing it every day, it's very dangerous. And you have to be very thorough with like not hurting yourself. So I was trying to do that, and I was like, so if I can get into that routine and make that part of my life, then I can stream after. And it just wasn't happening. It was like, I'm doing this thing. I guess I'm healthier, maybe, but I'm in some pain. And I still get some migraines, just maybe a little less. But I'm not happy because I'm not doing what I love. Like dancing by myself is not what I love. If I were going out, if it wasn't a pandemic and I was dancing with friends all the time, that's pretty fun. It's not the only thing I want to do. But like doing that every day is probably not going to be the life that I want. So I stopped again. Like all exercise attempts, it's something that I stopped at some point. But not because it was like I couldn't, but because it wasn't like satisfying. It wasn't enough. So you can all that or just dance every 10 minutes. Yeah, exactly. So the interesting thing is that I'm in a lot less pain now. I was like hurting my back a lot more then, which might be unrelated. But I was having a lot more knee problems from all the dancing. And like because the dances were too fast. It was like to get that sweat going. It was like, because if I would just dance a little bit for like, I'll just do an easy one today. I'll just do 20 minutes and like, yeah, I didn't sweat much, but it's better than nothing. And it would be like practically nothing. Like if I didn't get that real sweaty sweat in there, it wasn't much protection against migraines. I had to do like 20 minutes of like, when you start sweating, that's when you start the timer of the 20 minutes. Then you keep sweating for 20 minutes, which is very difficult to keep dancing that long and not cool down, not stop sweating. So you actually break a sweat in your 15-second dance breaks? No, but because they're interrupting the processes that happen from sitting so regularly, instead of having to sweat to get my heart going really fast, my blood going really fast, so that I have like whatever that gives me that protects me for a day, I don't need to be protected for a day, because if I'm going every 15 minutes for a 15-second dance break, and you can hear I get a little bit out of breath afterwards, that gets my blood going out of my head or whatever it needs to do to cycle better. Oh, I just saw you noticed your GlitchCon tag. That's cool. Your badge, GlitchCon 2020. I like it. It's a little dinosaur man. That's cute. Um, that gets me. That seems to provide like as much protection, and it's so much fucking easier. So much easier. Why does this have a warning on it? Condition orientation equals down is always true. Agreed. So why is it acting like that's not true? I mean, it could be null. Well, oh, I see. Because this one has the earlier check where we already did the else with the throw. This thing must not be null. All right. So we'll just put a comment. Else orientation must be null, must be down because null was accounted for earlier, and the compiler knows that it's across or down, else throw new runtime exception. Yes. Okay. Which would just interrupt the program and crash it and make it not work. But that would never happen. We'll never get there. Swifty Spiffy, how goes the Twitter bots? Hi, Swifty Spiffy. Welcome. It's going good. Making a crossword puzzle bot for Twitter. Swifty Spiffy has the very rare wrench badge because they work for Twitch. So they're extra special and quite welcome. Hello, Swifty Spiffy. What do you work on at Twitch, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to answer that. If you don't want to answer that, but you do want to chat, I do want to ask you, what are you eating? Or what did you eat just recently? I'm curious what people are eating today. Aureus, did I ask you that already? You said you were having soup, right? Wasn't that you? I think so. You've been very helpfully keeping me company for a while here. I thought you said soup. Maybe that was somebody else. Maybe that was Altoid's touchpad. That was Altoid's touchpad. Aureus, I don't think I asked you what you were eating, and I apologize for that. What are you eating? I want to know. You did ask me, but I did not answer. Okay, don't answer. That's cool. Absolutely no obligation. Just want to make sure I was extending the same courtesy to you I was to other people. Legends said I ate garlic chicken, rice, and macaroni salad. Ooh, Legends, that sounds so good. Was that at the event? At the hula dance thing? The Lay Festival? That sounds fun. Swifty Spiffy internal tooling primarily around a shared framework for AWS Fargate and Lambda services for other dev teams. Also, twerp and integrating Twitch with the rest of Amazon tech. Swifty, that sounds so cool. That's kind of similar to what I used to work on at Netflix. I used to work on a system called Asgard that was what Netflix teams use to deploy all the little Netflix programs that make up Netflix to Amazon Web Services, to auto-scaling groups and EC2, using our own like layer of logic of how we do deployments at Netflix that my team came up with. That's cool. I don't know what Fargate does. That's new to me, but I know what Lambda is. That's what I use for all of my Twitter bots. And twerp. I don't know if I've seen twerp. Twerp. Is that open source? Twerp Twitch. It is open source. A simple RPC framework with protobuf service. Emphasizing simplicity and minimalism, generates routing and serialization from API definition files and lets you focus on your application's logic instead of thinking about folderol like HTTP methods and paths in JSON. Ooh, nice. Look at you. Fancy. That's awesome. Yeah, I worked on Lambda for 3 years and then moved to Twitch. So I like internal tooling and AWS services. I also like internal tooling and AWS services. Fargate is serverless containers. Oh, cool. That's cool. Yeah, one of the reasons I made a Twitter bot, or one of my goals making my first Twitter bot, was like I could have used some Service. Legend said I ate at a restaurant. The lines were too long for the food at the Lay Festival. Fair. Aureus is generously offering what they're eating because I keep asking. I'm eating Doritos. Should stop doing that and make dinner, but haven't yet. Yeah, I finished my Doritos. I could eat potato chips. I ate a good like early dinner before stream, but I probably need like a late dinner now. I got these multivitamin jelly beans, and I don't know if I recommend them or not. They're jelly beans, but you have to have like 3 of them just for vitamins like wait, this has D in it? Oh fuck. Wait, does it doesn't have C. Okay, this has a bunch of vitamins in it. And I have it with breakfast because it has B vitamins that keep you awake if you have them too late. But I also got their immune jelly beans, which you have to have 4 to get the recommended amount, which is just a lot of jelly beans every day. It's nice the first few days. Then it's like, do I have to have 7 jelly beans? I don't want them. With breakfast. This has vitamin C, but it also has vitamin D. And I'm now realizing that I'm eating too much vitamin D because I'm having both of them. I just wanted the vitamin C, man. All right, I'll figure that out. Thanks for keeping me company this evening. It was fun. Thanks for keeping me company too, Quadrain. It was really good to see you. Have a good night. I like internal tooling Swifty because like other developers understand what you're doing and it's easier to talk to them about what they want than like the public. The public, has higher expectations for what software should be like, so it's harder to make it good. And they don't understand what you're talking about, so you have to like make it extremely straightforward. It's just a much harder design challenge to make stuff that like anybody can use and understand. Building stuff for teams in your own company means that all of your clients are people who are your friends or acquaintances, and you can go talk to them, and it's so much easier than having a huge crowd of strangers who's just like angry that something doesn't work the way they want, which you get at your own company too, but that's a lesser like social problem than when you have like the public. Do you do stuff for Burke Black the streamer? What? Definitely 100% agree. Yeah, it's just more fun to make stuff for other engineers. Then you get thanked for it. And they ask for features directly and you're like, I could do that, and you do it and they're like, wow, what great service, thank you so much. And then other people are like, that's a nice feature, I'm glad that you asked for that, thanks for that. And it's just a nice tight-knit community of people using and making stuff for each other instead of the entitled masses who you're like, why doesn't this do what I want? And you're like, because I don't know who you are and I have other people who want things. To sleep or chance to dream, but not the fever dream stuff, just a regular boring one, please. Good night. Good night, Quadrain. Get some rest. Keep resting. Keep feeding yourself. Take care of yourself. Get over the coves. Get those coves out of you. Okay, so this looks like we did something because there's no more like bad things in this method. So this was the method with answer. This was the unfinished method, which now looks like it might be finished. And wouldn't that be amazing? Because this was like 2 streams ago that I was like, okay, I've written a bunch of code that starts to do this, but I didn't finish this part. And this is the first part of the application. So let's write a unit test and see if it works. And it doesn't. So let's go start working on it until it starts to work. And then I found a big section that hadn't been written yet. And we wrote that, started writing that, finished it today, and then finished the rest of that part today. And now we have this unit test, which now that we're successfully adding words to the crossword puzzle, this test is now for the first time green. That's great, but it's deceptive because this is insufficient. What we're checking here is the string contents of the puzzle after we've added each of the words horizontally. But what we haven't done is added the words, the vertical words as well, which we must do. And we also have to check that the state of each puzzle object contains the right stuff, and that we can go back and add, like, go down a different path of creating puzzles that have words where, like, oh, that word didn't work out, it was too hard to find a complete puzzle that would fit those letters, so we're getting rid of that, and we're just gonna start a different puzzle, or we're gonna go back 2 steps and try a different word and see if what that gets us. That's the logic that I'm planning on using partially for generating crossword puzzles dynamically. I just have to put something in the kitchen so it can get washed. I'll be right back. Thank you for doing this. Another thing I learned about streaming recently is I need 2 mugs of water because my bladder's big, but my throat gets very parched. And instead of getting up to go get water all the time, I tend to just not drink as much. And that's no good. Yeah, Quadrain was telling us before that I missed my dance break. Oh, thank you. I do feel like it's been a while. I was getting up and I was like, huh, I don't feel as good as I should, considering I have dance breaks, which might mean the dance breaks aren't frequent enough. Or something else about them. Like my wizard hat popping in and out of existence as the software struggles to identify me. I'm still with it. Yeah, I know. Do you happen to have Comcast Xfinity as your ISP? I do. Why do you ask? Because I was tweeting about it, because they suck. Was my stream choking? Sorry for the noise, I just got some crackers. I'm a little hungry. I had food before the stream, but that was hours ago. I got some cheese. I do have Comcast Xfinity as my ISP, and I hate it. Is my stream failing because Comcast? Wouldn't surprise me. It's happened before. Because I saw your tweet about data caps in your courtesy month. Just finished reading about that a week or 2 ago. Yeah, it's terrible. They used to not enforce their data caps in this area. Then they said, nope, we're starting to enforce it. And I was like, that's terrible. I should move. But I didn't. It was such a stupid concept I had to worry about it for the past several years. Hadn't had to worry about. Yeah, it's sort of new to some areas. And people are very shocked by it. I was shocked by it when I found out it was actually happening to people. I was like, oh man, I'm so glad they're not doing that around here. Then they started doing that around here. And they enforce it, and they charge like a lot. If you go over, you get 1229 gigabytes. For what used to be $65 is now, I don't know, like $90, $95. It's absurd. My friend said I should file FCC complaints because of price gouging, and I'm like, okay, I don't know how to do that, but I don't know how to word it. And the FCC says, like, we're here to help facilitate a conversation between you and your ISP, and I'm like, I don't want to have a conversation with my ISP. I just want to pay less. just tell them make me pay less. I changed plan to get the unlimited data cap. Yeah, I saw that. It's $30 more. So then I'd be paying something like $130 a month, which I could pay if I had to. But talk to your friends at Xfinity. Oh God, have you seen how they talk to what's her name? Veronica Belmont's husband years ago. They wouldn't let him quit. He was trying to quit. I made a YouTube video out of it because it reminded me of Picard getting tortured. I'll show you because it's where is it? Is it still here? This is the video I made of Picard attempting to cancel Comcast. In July 2014, Veronica Belmont called Comcast to cancel service. After 10 minutes, she gave the phone to her husband, Ryan Block, and started recording. It was torture. Oh, Oh, you can't hear it, can you? Hold on. No, you can't hear it. Let me switch to a browser that OBS can pick up. This is like how much I hate Comcast is when this story hit, I made a video out of it, about it. I was like, oh, you could splice in the Picard stuff and this would still work. Okay, let me add an audio source for Chrome. It's not working. Chrome audio. Oh, I know. I have to switch where it's pulling from. Chrome. This one.
Just what you'll need to get caught up and join the fight. Use promo code POWERSTARTER.
Okay. Perfect time where the ad has finished. Nope. Theater mode.
Will not give you that speed.
Okay. Comcast is the literal worst company I've ever had to deal with over several decades. Agreed. Doesn't matter what they change their name to. Yeah. The Xfinity rebrand is like nonsense. Like, I'm not impressed. It's the same crap. The VOD is already pre-muted. The VOD of this is already pre-muted. This is a video. This isn't copyrighted stuff. This is just an audio recording Ryan Block made, and then some clips of StarCraft that I pulled out.
105 megabits per second for your internet. Astound will not give you that speed.
Okay, we'd like to disconnect. We'd like to disconnect, please.
Okay, so why is it that you don't want the faster speed? Help me understand why you don't want faster internet.
Help me understand why you can't just disconnect us.
Because my job is to have a conversation with you about keeping your service, about finding out why it is that you're looking to cancel the service.
I don't understand. Is this
if
for
you don't want to
like?
talk to me, you can definitely go into the Comcast store and disconnect your service there. Okay.
We're just asking for you to
kill two birds with one stone. You got to return that cable card to the store anyways.
We're actually going to just mail the cable card in, but if you can just please cancel our service, that would be great. That's all. That is all we want.
We're actually not able to return a cable card by mail.
Then I will send someone like a TaskRabbit to go return the cable card for us. I don't personally intend to go return the cable card. That's why we're probably not going to be canceling in store. So that's why I need you to cancel by phone. So can you cancel us by phone? The answer is yes, correct?
It sounds like you don't want to go over this information with me. If you're not wanting to go over that information, okay, then that's the easiest way to get your account disconnected.
I am declining to state why we are leaving Comcast because I don't owe you an explanation. So if you can please just proceed to the next question. If you have to fill out your form, that's fine. Please proceed to the next question, and we'll attempt to answer that if possible.
Okay, so, being that we are the #1 provider of internet and TV service in the entire country, okay, why is it that you're not wanting to have the #1 rated internet service, #1 rated TV service available?
I'm declining to state we're switching providers. Can you please go to the next question?
Okay, so what is it about Astound that's making you want to change to them?
I'm declining to state, can you please go to the next question so we can cancel our service?
Okay, so, I'm just trying to figure out here what it is about Comcast service that you're not liking, that you're not wanting to keep. Why is it that you don't want to keep that service?
phone call is a really actually amazing representative example of why I don't want to stay with Comcast. So can you please cancel our service?
So from okay, but I'm trying to help you.
Okay,
You are not
the way that you can help me right now,
by declining answers, by doing all this.
the way
I'm
that
trying
you
to
can help me
you.
is by
I understand.
disconnecting our service. That's how you
But
can
how
help
is
me.
that helping you, though? How
Because
is that
that's what I
helping you?
want.
Explain to me how that's helping
That's
you.
what I want.
Okay, so why is that what you want?
Because that's what I want.
Okay, so, I mean, there has to be some sort of reason behind it. That's what we're trying to find out. We just want to find out what it is that's causing a customer that's been with us for a long time to leave.
Because that's what we want.
Okay? I mean, you've been with us since, I'm sorry, 2005. 9 years you've been a Comcast customer. Okay? After a decade, okay, clearly the service was working great for you. You weren't having any problems. So now all of a sudden you're moving. Okay, you've kept this service in multiple addresses. All of a sudden you're moving and something's making you want to change. What is it that's making you want to change that?
Because that's what we want to do.
Okay, why is that what you want to do?
That's none of your business. Your business is to disconnect us, please.
As a company that is a cable and internet provider primarily, okay, that is our business, to know why our customers are leaving. Okay? If we don't know why our customers are leaving, how are we supposed to make it a better experience for you next time? Okay? When a sound turns out to have
That's a fantastic question, and something that you can hire a firm to go figure out. For right now, I'm just a customer calling in, attempting to disconnect service.
Yeah, exactly.
That is something that you can do, right? You said that you can't disconnect
No, we're not
service.
doing that.
Yes?
Okay.
Yes?
Well, I mean, I just don't want to lose you as a customer.
Is that something you can do?
benefit greatly from
Yeah.
transferring your service to your new address.
This
You
Is
can
that
also offer
something
new
you can
customer
do?
offers.
Can you
Okay.
disconnect us by phone?
So-
Can you disconnect our service? Yes or no?
Okay. So what I'm trying to find out is why
Yes
don't you
or
want
no,
the same offer
can
a
you
brand new customer's
disconnect
gonna
our
get?
service?
Faster internet than anyone can provide you. Okay. Why don't you want those services?
Because I'm not interested in your services any longer. Can you?
Okay. So you're not interested in the fastest internet in the country.
Nope, not interested.
Okay. Why is that?
Can you disconnect us by phone? Are you capable in your system
My
of disconnecting
question
our
is,
service?
what does his
Yes or no?
manager require?
Well, I'm just trying to get some information to find
Please,
out why
please
it is
answer.
we're losing you as a
Please
customer.
answer my question. Are you
This is the
capable by phone of disconnecting
Okay,
our service?
it's something we can do. I mean,
Okay.
very rarely do we do it.
That's something you can do. I would appreciate
So-
you now doing that.
Okay, but
Please proceed in disconnecting our service.
but what is it about this other internet provider, this other TV provider that's making it sound so much better than the number
This is why I
one
never want to call
TV
Comcast about
service
it.
available?
I don't know. It's totally arbitrary decision.
Okay, so why not keep what you know works, what you know is a good service?
Because we're not doing that. So please proceed
Okay,
in
so you
disconnecting our
don't want a
service.
good service? You don't want something that works?
No, I don't. I guess I don't want something that works.
So why don't you want something that's a good service and something that works?
I mean, is this like a joke? Do we like call? Is this like? Are you punking us right now?
I'm trying to get information. Okay, I'm trying to help our company be better. That's my job.
I can guarantee you right now you are doing an
And-
incredibly good job at helping your company be worse.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm terribly sorry that it feels like I mean, it sounds to you like it feels like I'm trying to argue. I'm just trying to help you out and get some information. We'll just bypass all this information. I'll go ahead and disconnect this service. Okay.
Fantastic,
I mean,
thank
it's really
you.
a shame to see you go to something that can't give you what we can.
Okay, well, if that winds up being the case, then we will call you guys back up and we'll reconnect.
I mean, you're not going to get the 100,000 free on-demand titles. You're not going to get 105
I think it's
megabits per
worse
second
though.
for your
I
internet.
think it's someone who gets
Guaranteed
punished if
speed at 105.
if he disconnects anybody.
I mean, no one else can guarantee their
Or he gets a
speeds like we
bonus
can.
for convincing them
Okay.
not to.
So, I mean, we can definitely transfer this over to your new address and get you a lower rate. I
Probably
could save
pay
you
based
almost
on
100, actually more than
how many people
$100
he
per
wants
month.
to stay.
I can save you more than $100 per month. Okay, doing that
And I
transfer.
think he's afraid
Okay, get you internet that's
to disconnect it.
5-6 times faster than anything any other
Johnson.
company can provide you.
Are you done?
Okay, get you the number one TV service available. Okay, and what about those savings, those services? Are you not wanting?
Are you done?
What makes you not
Because
want that service?
you literally just a moment ago said that you would go ahead and disconnect our service, and that's what we're gonna need to do. So can you go ahead and
So
do that
I'm
now?
working on that process.
Okay, great.
Okay.
How much
So I'm
longer is
working
that
on
process
I'm
gonna
just
take?
asking some questions while I'm going
Can you
through
tell
that
me how
process.
much
That's all
longer?
I'm doing.
Can you tell me how much
Okay,
longer it's gonna
okay.
take?
Okay. I'm going through that process.
I understand.
Okay,
Can
it's
you
gonna
tell me
take a
how
couple
much
more
longer?
minutes.
Can you tell me how much
It's gonna take a couple
longer?
more minutes here. Okay.
Okay,
But
couple
what
more
else-
minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so what about the service? I mean, is it that's causing you to want to change? What about these offers that we have available to you?
I'm good.
Making
I'm just
you
going to
wanna
wait
change?
until you can confirm that we've canceled service. So I'm just going to hang out
Okay,
here.
well, you're all set. You know what? It's disconnected. I'm really sorry to see you go to something that can't give you what we can. But I'd like to thank you very much for being a great part of Comcast. Have a wonderful day.
Can you give me a confirmation number for the cancellation of service?
I don't have a confirmation number.
Well, how do I have confirmation that we've got
Well, you'll
service
receive a
canceled?
final statement in about 3 weeks.
A final statement in 3 weeks.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. But again, I want to thank you very much for being a great part of Comcast. Have a wonderful day.
And just so I can confirm, you said that your name is.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
You're very welcome. Have a great day.
You too.
So that was that was a lesson in how bad Comcast is when that went viral. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna make a video card going through torture to that audio, which took me a long time, but I was pretty happy with it. So that's my like starting point when I think of what's it like to call Comcast. Orias, thank you for the playing the sound through sound alerts for 5 bits. I didn't hear it. Did you hear it? Because if I didn't hear it, there's a chance you didn't either, and I want to check on it. They're usually pretty loud, and they should be showing here, but it's possible that it's just an OBS bug that some of my audio is not working right. It should be called sound alerts. Here it is. Maybe I didn't flip this one because it was below the fold, because there is a bug in OBS about that. I know I definitely heard that combo audio back then. Not sure if it was on your video or not. Probably not. My video was not the thing that went viral. It was just the audio. Saw the alert pop up, but the video audio was way louder if it did play. Yeah. Sorry about that. I can pump up sound alerts a little bit to see if that makes them work better. I wonder if there was a sound alerts problem. But that's how much I hate Comcast was putting a few weeks into making that video. Hello, MSBCA.
A
How
few
are you?
moments
What are you eating?
later.
I'm eating. Oh, I heard something. I don't know what it was. Oh, that was a few moments later. Yeah, I think it did play. It just was quieter than the video. There we go. Not gonna miss the 5 cents. Yeah. 5 cents here and there. Saw and heard it on mine. Okay, cool. Thank you, Toolbear. Yeah, I didn't feel like naming Comcast in my tweet, partly because it's not just specific to them, but maybe it is. Maybe I should have named them because it is just specific to them. Maybe no one is half as bad as Comcast. The first time. Good. Thank you, Toolbear. Okay, so this works, and it's good. But what this test fails to do is check that other things are also working. It's only checking the toString contents, which is insufficient. We also need to know other things. So I could make a different test for this, or I could just go with this one. Let this be a long exploratory test to make sure things are working. So we could say things like, here's the puzzle with rock get, oh my, is this not typed? It is typed. Why isn't it auto-completing? Puzzle, oh, with answer, oh, the getters are not public, or there are no getters, or something. Oh, I didn't make getters yet. Well, that's fine. It's time to make getters. Yeah. Here's get vertical answers. Okay. All right. Orias said, I've had CenturyLink gigabit fiber for years and couldn't even find out how much data we'd been using per month because they don't even bother tracking it. It's definitely a Comcast sticking point. Yeah. really wish that I had the option of something besides Comcast. Some of us old remember when mobile companies charged per chat message. Now we think that's a money grab. Yes, it is. And their data cap is really low, like at Comcast. And they have a page about why it's not low and why that's a lot of data. And here's how much you can do with that. And I'm like, I hit that pretty easily just about every month. And I live with one other person. And we just like watch videos and use the internet. And it's easy to hit the data cap. It's very easy. One day ISPs will be like that. Well, that should be the natural progression. But Ajit Pai at the FCC very much wants it to stay as corrupt as possible so he can make as much money as possible, along with the rest of the GOP. If we had a functioning government, then things would move that way because you'd have competition. But we don't. Internet access should be a utility like water or electricity. Yes, which in turn should be public utilities. It should, yes. It should be like that. We no longer have the certainty that it will be. Maybe I'll just have to move somewhere that doesn't have Comcast. Or I'll just have to pay Comcast a lot more money. I just checked with Comcast because they're only, like, their most responsive system for customer service is their Twitter account. So I just DM them when I have an outage or something. And they're very polite and they try to fix things. And I asked them about this, like, this thing with the, you're supposed to get one courtesy month where they don't charge you overages. And I tried, or I said, I've literally decided where to move to based on whether Comcast is the only ISP available or not. That's what Ian Zhang said on Twitter to me today. And I'm like, yeah, if and when I move, that will be a criterion. Because like it said on their interface, on their website, like you get 1 month where we don't charge you overages. It's a courtesy month. And I was like, okay, it used to be 2, but okay, it's 1. It says I have 1. So, and it said, well, I crossed the threshold. So I was like, I guess this is the month. So I should just get everything I can. So I started downloading stuff, hurry, like quick. And then it said, you've been charged $10. And I was like, okay, let me stop all my downloads. Why was I charged $10 when it just said I have a courtesy month where I won't be charged? So I sent a DM to Comcast and they said, yeah, that's how it works. You'll have that $10 reversed on your next bill. And I'm like, okay, thanks, bye. I didn't go into like, well, your website should say that. I just didn't want to talk to them that long. But then they started telling me a sales pitch, like why I would save so much money if I went onto an annual contract. And I was like, I probably would. I just don't want to talk about it right now. Can't deal with you anymore. It's enough. I don't know. it's so terrible. I just can't even deal with it. All right, so what was I doing? Oh, I was trying to make more of these methods public. So if I do this, get vertical answers, and this, get horizontal answers, and why is there so much in this method? Oh. Huh. Oh. This is not what I expected to see here. I thought I had redundant data intentionally stored in these objects, and now it looks like I don't. So my other code doesn't necessarily make sense, and I'm troubled. I have to figure it out. Arias said my dad agreed to get Comcast internet because there was a rebate available that would make the modem rental and some credit toward first month or 2 free. It took about 20 long phone calls and a year and a half to finally get that rebate. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I got my own modem because their modems suck and they charge an arm and a leg for them. And I told them I have my own modem. And for years, they were like, what model modem do you have? And I was like, none of your business. It's mine. I bought it. Don't worry about it. And they were like, well, we have to charge you for our rental modem if you can't prove that you don't have our rental modem. And I was like, you never sent me a rental modem. What are you talking about? Why do you need to know what modem I have? You don't have a record of sending me one because you never sent me one. You can't charge me rental fees for something that I don't have and you never sent. And Comcast was like, we need to know exactly what model, and we have to have proof of purchase of your modem. You have to prove that you purchased it. Otherwise, we'll assume that you're carrying one of our modems and we'll charge you a rental fee. And I was like, you never sent me a modem. You can't charge me a rental fee for something you never sent. And so I had to dig up the receipt for the modem that I bought and send it to them and say, this is the fucking modem I bought so that I wouldn't have to pay a rental fee. And they were like, okay, we'll put that on file. And then in my account for many years, it had that modem listed as the thing that means that I don't have to pay a rental fee. And then recently, they just changed it to owns own modem. They just added a flag that's like, they don't have to know anymore what kind of modem, like proof that you bought a modem. It's like, what if I bought it secondhand? What if I had it too long and didn't have the receipt? Like I have to buy a new modem just to stop paying a rental fee for something I never had? So evil. Profoundly evil. Yeah, Comcast lets you have unlimited data if you pay $25 a month for their faster cable modem, or you can use your own modem and pay $30 a month. Yeah. $25 a month for their faster cable modem. Yeah. We don't believe that we didn't send you a modem. Send us a receipt of the modem you bought to prove we didn't send you a modem. That's exactly their policy at the time, which it looks like they've changed because on their data page, it no longer says what modem I have. Now it just says owns own modem. So I guess for my account at least, they decided that it no longer matters whether I proved that I bought something. And it's like, what does that mean? How does me buying something have any bearing on whether or not you sent me a different thing? It's unrelated. Like, what if I just found a receipt? What if you did send me a modem and I dug up a receipt anyway that was like, here's a modem I bought a long time ago. Pretend I'm using that. And whenever you have service issues, they will use you having a customer-owned modem to try and blame you instead of troubleshooting on their end. Well, their service issues are usually so broad that I can just be like, I can just check Twitter, or I can just check the websites that track how many people are having issues with a service in an area and be like, there are thousands of people tweeting at you right now. Don't tell me it's my fault. Tell me when it's going to be fixed and how much you're going to give me back from my rental, from my service fee. And they give back a few dollars, maybe. If I report it and have like the hour when it started and stopped, then they'll be like, great, we can refund you a little bit of money. Like, okay. It's not really worth it. Okay. Let's see. So get horizontal answers is not what I expected. And my other method that's calling it a lot, I'm feeling differently about that. Let's read it and find out what it does. There might be thousands of your neighbors complaining about service outage right now, but have you tried turning your modem off and on again? Yeah, like, yes, I have. Yes, I have. I sure have. Many times. You think I'd be calling Comcast if I hadn't already tried everything else I could possibly think of? Calling Comcast is like choosing between dental work and calling Comcast is kind of a toss-up. Distracting you too much from coding. No, you're not. This is why I stream. I stream to talk to people and chat rather than code. If I wanted to code by myself, I would code by myself. Let's see. Answer position versus answer text. Answer position is intrinsic and static to the grid layout. Oh, this is me trying to make sense of what the fuck I'm doing. Answer position, answer text. Answer text is determined later. It can be different each time this grid layout is used. Yeah, this is just me like sorting through my feelings about what I'm writing. Get horizontal answers. For each horizontal answer, collect its cells in order starting with the start cell. horizontal answers builder. So this is actually based on the cells. Huh. Which kind of makes sense. But it means that some of my assumptions about what I was doing before are wrong. Because I was calling a setter or something. Oh, I was doing something else, wasn't I? What was I doing? So I think some of the stuff I wrote today was kind of ill-advised because I forgot how this works. So immutable answer list, new horizontal answers, calls get horizontal answers. New vertical answers is merge answers into list, but I'm like getting this list, modifying it, and then, okay. I don't think I need to do most of this. I think that the assignment, the equal sign, so the equal sign in Java or in most programming languages doesn't mean are these two things equal, which is why some languages don't use an equal sign because it's deceptive. It doesn't mean that these things are equal. It should, but it isn't. It means the stuff on the right, the equal sign, is going to go into the thing on the left. Dancing too. Dancing's important. Dancing's how I stay not sick. Some languages do like an arrow like this because they're like, we don't like the equal sign, because really what you're doing is saying whatever happens from here, whatever this resolves to, we're going to put that into this variable. Like with an arrow, get in there. But Java's based on C, and C is old, and they didn't think things like that through, and they just like, this equals this. What they mean is let this equal this. That's what it comes from. Dance time. So this is safe to do, but completely redundant. Because so the new vertical answers, when you put them into the puzzle, let's see, vertical answers, this dot vertical answers. So this makes no sense. So I have an immutable list of answers called vertical answers. Great, sounds good. Where do I use it? Here's where I assign it. Here's a place where I use it as a shortcut, because I'm not calling the getter. The getter being the method that you're supposed to use when you want to get that variable out of the object. No pup time. Pup time? What's pup time? I don't know pup time. And then in a toString method that doesn't really matter, I'm calling vertical answers instead of get vertical answers. But the getter, this getter right here, that I just made public so that I could call it from unit test. Pup time, best chatbot on Twitch. Pup time. I know about ButtBot. Pup time. Pup time is a tool recent broadcasts making software. PupTime is a tool for Twitch streamers to be discovered by their emotes and pets, increasing community engagement, walking, streamers, dogs, and more crowdfunded volunteer dog walking. What does it do? That doesn't explain anything. That's a mail. I don't want a mail link. I clicked it. I thought it would go to a website. No. Discord now. Huh. Still doesn't explain it. Just responds to words in chat with emotes. Oh. Interesting. I wish it had instructions. How do you find out what it does? That's weird. PupTime Twitch. I have thought of adding Buttbot. Buttbot's funny. It like takes your chat messages and just adds. You've probably seen in Shayra's chat before. Oh, you were in Shayra's chat. Did I? I don't remember seeing pup time in there. I probably saw it and didn't notice it. How do you use it? Oh, here's a fandom page about it. The Wonder of Pup Time. Responding to any mention of dogs, doggos, pups, puppers, or pup time themselves with some good emotes containing many a dog, mayhaps including a goof of our own, including the lovely Kung pups. The death of pup time. Okay, I don't know what that's about. Something else. If you follow, you get 300 points, then can redeem to have it join yours. Okay. I'll make a note to figure it out later. Check pup time. And actually, while I'm at it, maybe Buttbot. Buttbot's funny. Buttbot copies people's chat messages, but changes certain words to butt. So a lot of this program, I've been confused while I was writing it, but that's normal. So this says get vertical answers. This is the getter, the method that gets the value of the vertical answers. But apparently when I wrote this, I thought that these should be dynamically generated from the grid, from the contents of what's currently in the grid. And so cell start. So if the grid contains like the numbers of the crossword puzzle, the reference numbers, then cell start, get vertical starts. Oh, I'm mixing up vertical starts with vertical answers. Okay. Well, so grid has vertical starts. That's actual data that I'm not inferring. It could. I could constantly infer what should be the vertical starts based on the logic of the shape of the grid. But I think I chose not to. I think I chose to cache that in the grid object and then carry it forward in all the copies of the grid, which is arguably not the right thing to do, but it arguably is. I'm not sure. There's like 150 different categories of emotes it recognizes now. Interesting. On the Twitch channel chat. Yeah, I know where the channel points redemptions are. I didn't mean I don't know how to do that. I just meant that I don't feel like doing it right now because I want to read more about what it does because I have never heard of it. So I want to like mess around with it offline and see if I get it, if I want it. Because too many things just gets to be too many things. Let's see. So yeah. But thank you. I appreciate the suggestion. So grid, yeah, I did store the horizontal starts and the vertical starts in the grid. In the puzzle, for getting vertical answers, I did this stuff, which, where does this get called? Did I just write this and think it would be useful and it doesn't get called? It gets called by the stuff I wrote today, but that's questionable, whether that's a good thing. And then collect answers. Collect answers. Where does collect answers get called? Identify which cells are the beginnings of vertical words. Number the cells that are the beginnings of any words. Collect the lists of cells for each word. These are notes of like how I should write the code I'm about to write. This is not documentation of what it does so much as thinking out loud before writing a bunch of code. So let's see. Collect answers only gets called from creating a new puzzle based on an arrangement. An arrangement is one of these things. It's one of the things I drew on graph paper of how I want to shape my puzzles to look good. And I generate a puzzle object based on an arrangement, which I pass into the grid builder. I build a grid out of that arrangement. And then I call collect answers, which is basically a utility class in puzzle, which then calls get horizontal answers. But what it's really doing is generating them. And I'm deciding what I want to do with that. I don't want all of this logic happening every single time we make anything. I think it's better to copy things over and to cache what we know as data in the objects rather than like calculating them every single time we do anything. And I think there's a difference between getting horizontal answers and generating horizontal answers. And I think I just sort of mix those two concepts up, and having logic in a getter, it's okay, but it's not a great idea because it's not intuitive to your future self or your future partners in coding, that there's a whole lot of work happening whenever they call get horizontal answers. It should just return them. They should just be there. That's the conventional thing that could be happening there. You could add a little bit of logic there if there's some reason to, but having a whole thing that generates them from scratch based on other data, not a great idea. So I think this is going to go back to private. I'm beginning to understand what this is for. This is for generating a new puzzle from scratch. You do need this logic, but like it has to be there because when I'm starting a new puzzle from scratch, I'm going to start with something that's like, it's shaped like this. I don't want to have to also put into this definition every cell position of every part of every answer. It's obvious. I can calculate it. I can look at it and just figure it out logically. So a one-time generation of what those answers positions need to be, that's good. But it shouldn't be something that shouldn't be something public that I'm going to call from a test or something. And it shouldn't be called a lot. And it shouldn't be called get. It should be called generate empty answer position versus answer text. Okay. That's just me trying to come up with terms for things. Generate empty horizontal answers. That's what that is. And this one, rename to generate empty vertical answers. But since I just did a refactor, I have to check where this is called and change what I was doing. Find usages. So in collect answers, that's fine. Collect answers, we could call it collect, or we could call it this, generate, collect answers. Let's change this to generate answers. Generate blank answers. Empty. Generate empty answers. So that's generate empty answers, which returns an answer lists object, which contains a few things. Two things. Generate empty horizontal answers. Good. So we're generating. And we get a new answer lists object, which is a simple object that contains two immutable lists. But it has an ordinary getter, get horizontal answers, which just returns the object. It doesn't do anything else. Are you rewriting someone else's code? Yes and no. No, no one else ever wrote any of this code. Yes, me in the past is sort of a different person than me in the present. So no, I'm not rewriting someone else's code. But if you've ever coded a project that lasted more than a year, you've experienced the phenomenon where your shitty code from last year is an offense to you now and you're trying to read it. And you're just like, who wrote this fucking crap? But I also remember the feeling I had when I was writing this, which was general confusion. It's not a surprise that it's a little bit off and that it's not well tested and well documented, because I was just like, why is this so hard? It's just a crossword puzzle. And I mentioned it to a coder friend that I play board games with, that I was doing this project, and he was like, and I was like saying that it was like, really like taking a lot of time. He was like, it sounds pretty simple. I was like, I know it sounds simple, but I'm trying to make it immutable so I don't get confused halfway through, and write it in Java, which means the syntax for that is kind of hard, and I don't want to learn Scala and all this crap, so don't bother me. We wrote this horrible code. Oh, me 2 years ago. Yeah. And sometimes it's like me yesterday or me an hour ago, and I'm already like, what? What does this do? Why does it say that? Oh.
It's time to dance. Yeah, we figured something out.
We figured something out. Okay. I feel better about this. And not just because I danced, but because we went through it. We figured it out. I mean, I didn't go through like every line of what this does. I think this is probably doing the right thing. But the fact that in trying to write this unit test, which is very important because it's exercising the code that I'm going to be invoking for the rest of the project, like I'm seeing what methods I have that make sense, what methods I need to add, and what methods I need to rename because they're named poorly. Like get horizontal answers was just a bad name. That's the problem. Which should have been called generate empty horizontal answers. That's a better name. There's probably an even better name I haven't thought of. Toolbear said, I had a nice time, Joe. Felt a little like coding with a colleague again. Aw, thanks, Toolbear. Glad it wasn't like deeply disturbing how bad I am at coding. I have had people come into chat. Have a good night, Toolbear. Really nice seeing you and hanging out with you. I appreciate it. I'll see you later. I did have somebody come into chat years ago when I was coding something who was just, they said something like that it sounded like they were asking if I was a real coder or something. And I was like, is this some weird gatekeeper coming in to like question my status or something? And I was like, oh no, I'm not a real coder. No, if that's your question, no. I'm definitely a fake coder. I'm just building Twitter bots that amuse me and definitely will not live up to your standards. Whatever your standards are, I promised not to live up to them. Please don't ask me to prove anything. I will refuse to prove anything. And then they were like, no, sorry, I didn't mean that. I just meant, is this something? And I was like, oh, you're asking an actual question. Okay. I thought you were just being a programmer troll, which is a real thing. The people get real hung up on their like, no, I'm better at this than other people and I have to prove it. Good night, Jewel Bear. All right, so that's the generate empty ones. And now the next problem is that the code we wrote today with answer calls those methods, and it shouldn't. It should either call a new getter that I'll have to make, or it should just say this.vertical answers, this.horizontal answers. If we're doing that, if we're just taking the thing, referencing the object that's like a member variable in the object, not calling a getter, not assuming that we need to add some logic to getters in the future, which apparently we kind of are in other places anyway. So like this is an internal method to this class. It's a public method. called by others, but its logic is internal. These are private variables. You can't get them directly from outside of the class. So here I'm okay doing this. This makes sense to me. Aurea said, "Oh, you're a real coder? Recite the shortest possible implementation of Hello World in every language." Exactly. And it's Twitch, so you never know people's intentions when they come in and say something weird. So when they start with a question that's like off, you're like not quite sure what that's supposed to mean or what the purpose of the question is. So I was just kind of like, my defensiveness was to be like, no, I'm definitely a fake coder. But anyway, carry on. I don't. I have. If we're gonna have that conversation, I will excuse myself from the conversation. Carry on with judging me. I accept your judgment. Goodbye. Let's see. So this started because, and I'm glad that I discovered that, because that would have been a kind of expensive extra bit of nonsense the program was doing, constantly generating these things over and over for no reason. Like this is all going to run in AWS Lambda, which is the Amazon's like serverless code execution environment. It's not really serverless. There's a server, but you don't see the server. You just throw code at the system and tell it how often to run the code, and then it just runs the code somewhere. And like gives you the log messages and the side effects and whatever, and the output. And so that's fine, but this is gonna like run every time a new puzzle needs to get generated for the bot, which is not every time it runs. It's just whenever there's oh, Stream Avatars is floating. Get down there. How'd you get out of place? Get back down. It's every time it's time for a new puzzle, which is like either on a timer or on a logic of when there's no more, when a puzzle's been solved and it's time for a new one, or some combination of those two things. My ghost is huge, boy. Is it? Oh yeah, it is. You could eat the rest of us all up. You can change your avatar through the panel, I think. If the panel's working, let me check. If the panel's working, you should be able to scroll down to this. Oh, I guess it's just a link now. Used to be a panel that actually showed up. I wonder if I could fix that. Oh no, it's not working. It's just linking to something else. Eee. It's got a panel box. Is it further down? Okay, for you, it's got a panel box. For me, it's not showing the panel box because of reasons. But if I log out, if I go from a logged out session, mute. Well, I'm logged out. Maybe it's because maybe you have to be logged in, but not the streamer to see it. That's harder to test. I don't know. Anyway, if there's a panel there, that's good. Asking for authorization, I don't need to change it that bit. Fair. Yeah. You can also, I think you can change it in chat, or you can click a link, but that's going to ask for authorization too. But you could change it in chat, but I don't know the command. You'd have to know the list of like what the other options are for characters, whatever. Okay, so what I want to do is I want Puzzle with Rock to have a getter. I want Puzzle to have a getter to get those immutable things out of it. Does it make them bigger based on how much someone types in chat? Nope. Just happen to get the biggest one. You just happen to get the biggest one. They're different sizes because that's how people drew them. And I didn't like restrict them to only one size. I got ones that I liked. So you got one when you started chatting or when you came in chat, and it's been that way since you arrived, unless you changed it. Let's see. So instead of generate this, now I want to also have getters. I'll put them at the bottom. Or near the bottom. Somewhere near the bottom. Let's put them before the toString methods, of which there are many. All right, let's put them right down here then. I could just type it. I don't want to type it. Generate getter. Horizontal answers, vertical answers, both of them. Beautiful. So now we have plain getters, which don't cost a lot of time and processing power to run. So like when this runs on AWS Lambda, to generate a new puzzle every now and then, probably every few hours, I don't know, it's going to take a while to generate the puzzle because it's going to have to go through all these different possibilities, trying to generate all these puzzle objects, and it's going to like have a fair amount of memory usage and a fair amount of time processing. And Lambda has pretty harsh limits on what you can put in there, what you can do. So I'm trying it this way. I don't know how long it's going to take to generate a puzzle. It might take like half a second, or it might take like 20 minutes. I don't know yet. I have to like implement it and then see if it's adequately efficient. I am trying to make it somewhat efficient as I go, but I won't really know until I've coded something that works, and I can either see that it's super fast or super slow, or somewhere in the middle where I'm like, start wondering if there's things I could try to figure out to make it faster, and also how much memory it's using. Whether it's like, oh, it's trivial, it's just a couple objects, references, pointers, a few strings, it's nothing. Or if it's like, oh, this went out of hand fast. Like this thing generates encyclopedias worth of garbage trying to make a crossword puzzle. I don't know yet. So if it turns out to have one of those two problems, too much memory utilization or takes too long to run, then I'm going to have to figure out how to optimize it so that it can run in Lambda. And if for some reason I can't do that, then I'll have to look somewhere besides Lambda to run it. But I think I can do it. Harsh. I don't know. I've never written this program before. It's like an estimate of like how long it's going to take to finish writing something. It's like, well, I've never written this program before, so I have no idea. But I can lie to you if you want. All right, so now we can do puzzle. So we've got everything should be immutable. We can call things, we can get things with any order. So we'll do get horizontal answers. One thing I don't like about Spock Groovy is that it defaults to untyped variables, which are less useful than typed variables. They seem to think it's better. It's not. Okay, so we get an immutable list of answers with rock. The steps are when we've added rock, enon, allo, pile. This is horizontal answers with rock. Horizontal answers with rock, and then we want to do get vertical answers with rock. And here's where it's going to start to show a problem, I expect. Vertical answers. What are you talking about, Willis? Untyped variables can be used for everything. They, sure, they can, if that's what you like. If you don't like having tool support and you want to look up everything all the time, every step of the way, hope to remember what it has in it, have fun. If you like coding slower, that's fine. I mean, I code pretty slow, but I don't try to make it slower. I just try to enjoy myself. So let's see what we can do with Groovy here. This is a list, so we could call asterisk dot which is to say all of them, turn it into a groovy list. All of them, for all the horizontal answers. Interesting. The answers don't really have text. Not in this form. Not the answer object. It doesn't have text. It has cells. The cells might have letters in them, but there's no string that's stored by itself to get the answer out, unless I make one for testing purposes. Like, and not call it get, but call it like calculate text. That's an option. Or we can do this, cells, call this, which in Groovy means calling the get cells method, and def cells. Oh, look, it says array immutable list cell, array list of immutable lists of cells. Yeah. Oh. Turning this down a little bit so we don't wake the neighbors. Okay. It's funny dancing for 15 seconds every 15 minutes, thinking of dance moves. Just being like, I've done many years of Zumba. I can't think of any dance moves, so I'm just going to move around. Array list, immutable list of cells. So in a lists of cells. Yeah. That's right. Array list of immutable lists of cells. There's no shortcut for that in Groovy. Unless there is. No, not really. No, not really. What happens when you sleep? Do you wake up with a migraine, or is it from being vertical-ish? Sometimes I wake up with a migraine. So I have other triggers besides not moving, like heat. So I have like my air conditioning doesn't reach my bedroom very well. So my bedroom is the hottest room in my house. So I have an extra air conditioner in my bedroom to make sure it's not too hot. And that's not sufficient because I need a soft bed for other health reasons, which means having latex foam that's like not as bad as memory foam, but it's still too hot. So then I have an Ooler, which is a device that pumps cold water on top of your mattress through tubes to keep you cool while you sleep. It's very complicated. It's taken many, many years to figure all this out. So that's me trying to keep cool. I still sometimes can wake up with a migraine if I am dehydrated. So I now have a mug of water next to my bed every night so I can have a little bit of water before sleep, not too much that I have to get up to pee. But then when I wake up, the first thing I could do is chug a bunch of water and not sleep too long, because then I'll be dehydrated and that will make me sick. But no, my body, it lets me sleep. It lets me lie down if I don't already have a migraine. If I have a migraine, can't do it. Can't lie down. Gotta wait. Gotta wait till it's gone. Or till the exhaustion exceeds the pain, and then sleep with a migraine. But that's why I can't have a morning schedule really in a healthy way, because eventually I'll just get a migraine and that will ruin it, and I'll just have to stay up all night and then sleep all day, and that will be that. And that's my schedule again. So I'm always trying to get earlier schedule, and I'm always ending up too sick to have one. But no, I definitely can stay still. It's just more difficult to be safe when I'm like streaming, especially streaming, or just any kind of like long, intense computer use where I'm sitting in a chair concentrating on too much stuff for too long. That's risky, and it does things to my physiology. It's the same with board games and role-playing games. Like, I love tabletop games, but most of them involve sitting and leaning forward and concentrating and trying to stay on top of the information that other people are saying while they're saying it and not falling behind in any of that. So that's like heating up my brain, just trying to keep up. And like being ready for your turn and not letting other people down, you know, a little bit of like social pressure to not ignore things and not just like be a space cadet. And all the while sitting and leaning forward, which are all triggers for migraines for me. So when I've played D&D, whenever like I did it in a conference room at an office, and whenever the DM was like, okay, roll initiative, I'd like jump out of my chair to be like, I want to be the one to write the initiative numbers on the whiteboard because that little bit of standing and stretching and moving around, that's going to help me not get a migraine. And it's not awkward. So like I could just stand up and walk around and dance, but that's awkward. There's 6 people who expect me to be doing what they're doing and playing and concentrating and sitting. But it was like a completely socially acceptable way to like interrupt my sitting process. So that extended sitting while doing other stuff that's like operates my brain and my spine and my whatever, that all like adds up to increased risk of migraine. It's very complicated. It's very hard to get it right. And I still get migraines. I'm not cured. I also have a cephaly, which I put on my forehead after my shower when my forehead is free of all oils, and it zaps my forehead for half an hour every day with electricity. That's supposed to reduce the amount of migraines that I get, or the intensity. Come on. Trying to put it back in the charger. There it goes. I sometimes wear them on stream because I shower like right before I stream a lot of the time. And that's when I also have to wear the cephaly. So I'm like, nope, not going to let that stop me. I'm going to stream with the cephaly. It's a conversation piece. And it looks like something a doctor would put on your forehead in Star Trek. So it's kind of funny. Okay, so what's the cool, easy, groovy way of pulling out this information? Array list, immutable cell list, cell. Or utility methods to pull stuff out. I don't want to make things accidentally mutable. But so asterisk dot in Groovy means take something that's a collection and make an array list out of whatever you're pulling out from each of the things. But the thing that I'm pulling out from each of the things is itself an immutable list of cells. So let's just leave that def for the moment. Or we could change it to array list immutable list cell. Array list immutable list cell. That's very verbose, but it's the truth. And then for each of those cells, that's not cells, that's cell lists. For each of the cell lists, I'm just seeing what I could pull out of here. What? Oh, not get. So cell has, I do have some public getters here, but not, here it is, letter. Letter? Is that something? Yes. So that's the letters, the list of lists of letters, which means I could pull this out here and just make this letter lists, which would be array list of array list of cells. And then once I have array lists, then I can use Groovy syntax to be like, ugh, but they're characters, aren't they? Groovy doesn't have syntax for character. It just has string, unless I change this to string, which I've been thinking about doing. It doesn't really have to be a character. It could be a string. I don't know. I kind of want it to be a character. Let me see. Groovy syntax for character. Just make every variable a string. Simpler that way. It's not entirely wrong. Like it should be a character, but like some things are just so much easier if it's a string. Character doesn't really buy you that much. That was mostly a joke. Yeah, well, I wouldn't make not everything, but when it's like, oh, this needs to be a character, what would happen if I made it a string? Nothing. Like, well, then shouldn't you make it a string so you have better syntax? Probably. But what if somebody put a string in there that was more than one character? Okay, who would do that? Why? What are you talking? Why would that happen? I don't know. Because it's defensive coding, and you should try to make it easy to avoid mistakes. Yeah, okay. You should also make it easy to test. Character. Escaping special characters. No. Characters. The difference between plain characters and strings is Groovy's G strings, interpolated strings. Derp, 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 derp. No. What? Single quoted string. Yeah. String concatenation, triple quoted strings. Yeah. Escaping special characters. No, no, no. 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 Interoperability with Java. No. No, no, no. Characters. Unlike Java, Groovy doesn't have an explicit character literal. However, you can be explicit about making a Groovy string an actual character by 3 different means. You can say char c1 equals a. You can def c2 equals quote, single quote b, single quote as char. That's what I thought. It's as char. Or you can def c3 char c, which defeats the purpose of what I'm trying to do. So this is making me get real tempted to change this to a string, or to go into horizontal answers, and instead of like going deep into the guts of the object and pulling out its smallest, most sensitive private secrets and checking what they are to make sure they're correct, I could make a utility class for testing that's just like an answer can just tell you what's the text in the cells. Don't look in the cells, just what's the text in all the cells. And that's probably the way to go, because wouldn't that be nice to have just in general? I think like you got the cells in here, the data's in the cells. You don't have to say here's a copy of the text of what the answer text is. But you could have a utility method around here. Maybe not the getter, maybe like before the getters. Maybe it's the only method that's a method that's like not a getter, or some Java boilerplate. Could do like calculate string, calculate answer text. And then we will go through the cells. Well, we'll make a string builder. String builder. And then we'll do for cell in cells. For each of the cells, we'll say, hey, cell, what do you got? Get letter. And if letter equals null, then builder append a symbol for that, which earlier we had dashes, so we can, hyphens, so we can put a hyphen. Else builder append letter. Return builder build. Nope. Builder toString. So we need a test for that. And it's just for testing. Blah. But okay. So for each one of those, if we call get, no, horizontal answers with rock, maybe we have to name it get in order to make it Groovy. Groovy has some opinions. It'll make things easier if you follow conventions. Let's see. So, oh yeah, no, I can call it calculate answer text. Great. So, horizontal answers, calculate answer text for each one should give me this operator, the asterisk dot operator, should return an array list which is represented in Groovy by square brackets, and we should have 4 strings for the answers that are in there. This is in the part of the test where we're checking stuff, so this is good. Okay. We can actually, because it's Groovy, the get is implied when you do this. If this is, because like control clicking into horizontal answers calls the get horizontal answers. It's not necessarily more obvious and readable, but it is less stuff, which is one of the goals of Groovy, is to make there be less stuff. So now, vertical answers with rock. The vertical answers are nothing because we haven't put any in yet. Let's see if this passes. Test passed. It does. It does pass. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Puzzle with rock. Well, we can shorten this maybe. Puzzle with rock. Horizontal answers. Puzzle with rock. Vertical answers. Like that. Okay. So now we have like a pretty short. This was my goal. This is why I spent an hour trying to make this like a test that I can read later, and not just like a huge pile of lists of like loops trying to figure stuff out. So the next one of these is this. Oops. What in the world is happening? Copy. Paste. So that's rock and Enon, which is apparently a word. And we'll do a couple more of those. We got aloe was the next word. And then pile was the final word. And this was with the puzzle version after we've added pile, the puzzle version after we've added aloe. And I think this is going to pass. What this points out is that we haven't added the vertical answers yet. And the vertical answers are important. The toString contents is not the only thing that's important. So we need to continue adding the vertical answers. Now that we have proof that the vertical answers are not being populated, even when all the letters are present in the puzzle, the vertical answers are still missing. And that's intended because the program needs to know that those are vertical answers. And ultimately, it needs to also know that there are clues for those answers and give credit to people filling out those answers. So let's add the other stuff. Okay, so REAP is a vertical answer with answer REAP, and this is down, one down. And we'll just do it in this order. We'll do the horizontal ones first. And then ONLY. And for this test, we are not breaking the rules. We're not going to try to put in a word that doesn't fit. That's a different test. COOL, cool. We did actually figure out this one test crossword puzzle with valid words earlier today. And then it was KNEE is knee. So with cool, with knee, down, 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 down. But this should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we should have no problem adding those because they're valid. And maybe we'll also want to have a test that tries to add an invalid word that throws an exception. We'll verify that it throws the exception correctly. My cat wants to play, so I may have to go soon. Because he likes to play late at night. Which is fair, because he didn't play in the daytime. And if he doesn't play, he's going to beat up Amethyst. Okay, so now the puzzle with Reap. So if we do one of these things, puzzle with Reap's going to be the same because it's got all the same letters in it in the grid. If we're just looking at the contents of as a toString, so Reap and with only was the next one, and then these. Now we want to see with Reap. We'll get a couple of these lines and we'll say puzzle with Reap is this. Delaney, how are you? Oh, hey, a wizard. Yeah. I was showing some of my technology and I was showing the comic book man, and then somebody played around and made me a wizard. I like the wizard, so I'm good with it. I think it's funny. So now how are you, Delaney? What are you eating? Or what did you eat today? Reap. I'm eating some crackers, some cheese on crackers, which I think I'll probably end stream soon and then like go eat some real better food. Oh, that's so cute. My cat is, Amethyst really likes heat, so she's sunbathing because my studio lights for streaming point up at the top of the bookcase, and I built shelves for her to go to the top of the bookcase, so she likes to sit up there, and she likes to sunbathe in front of the hot, incredibly bright lamp at midnight on purpose. She chooses to be up there, just above the board games. Just above the board games. Let me see if I can get this to show. Where's Amethyst? There she is. Intentionally on top of the bookcase where it's incredibly bright, but it's also pretty hot. And the other half of the bookcase is dark. She chooses to go to the part that's incredibly bright. That's what she wants. And sometimes I'm like, oh, I should turn the light off so she can sleep. I'm like, no, she doesn't want it to be dark. She wants it to be very, very bright in the middle of the night. That's what makes her happy. My green screen got screwed up again. So let's fix it. Ooh, it is screwed up. Oh, maybe it's not so much the color pick as it is the camera's like white balance. Got messed up by pointing it at the light. Oops. Can I fix that? White balance. No, not white balance. Brightness? I don't know, man. I don't know what's up. These are settings haven't changed. Oh well. Good enough. What did I eat? Oh gosh, stuff I don't want to admit to very much. Oh, that's okay. You don't have to. But also some corned beef with potatoes and onions. That sounds lovely. This isn't new news, but she's good at being a cat, Joe. Yeah, I know. It's good to see you, Delaney. I'm glad you could come by. Yeah, she's cute. She also runs up there to hide, to get away from Nibbler. It's one of her, like, she can get up there super fast, but he does chase her up there, and then he attacks her, and it's not nice. It's not nice. And that's why I might have to stop streaming so that I can go help her by playing with him. Because if he gets enough play, then he's less likely to beat her up as much. Good to see you too. I'm actually going to bed, but happened to see a tweet and thought I'd wave before I did. Thank you so much. And thank you for telling me that it was because of a tweet, because that means that my bot is working, having the intended effect of telling people I'm streaming. Have a good sleep. Let's see. What in the world is going on here? Well, that didn't work. What? What in the what? The difficult life of a cat friend. Yep. They're very demanding. Good night. Sweet dreams. See you later. Let's see. Why didn't that work? I don't know. Let's check. Maybe let's hide, let's comment these out and see if that's the problem. See where, like, let's isolate the problem. Isolate the problem. That's not it. Okay. More. Still not the problem. I thought it passed already. I think the problem is up here. I think part of it passed, and I think there's another part that didn't pass that I just added. Yeah, it's this. It's this. 3 differences. Oh. No. Oh, I know. That's the same mistake I made before. Each of these needs to be building on the previous one, and I failed to do that. Same mistake as before. There we go. Okay. One step at a time. So pile is the last horizontal one. Reap is the first vertical one. Does reap work? No. When I take this out, oh, it still doesn't pass. Oh. Oh, Nibbler. Oh my god, Nibbler is so pitiful. You want me to stop streaming? Come play with you? Okay. Nibbler says I have to stop streaming, so I will. He's meowing pitifully in the background. So I'm going to go play with him. Let's see if there's anyone streaming to raid. Possibly Andy. Or something. Let me see. Let me see. First, check in people I would like to raid. Oh, dance time. Okay. We're going to raid Fragile Machine. Fragile Machine is very nice and entertaining and chill, and she makes very nice art. Where's my chat? Here it is. And she's just starting. This channel is intended for mature audiences. Keep it in mind. Thank you so much, everyone, for being in here. Thank you, Delaney and Aureus and Swifty Spiffy and Toolbear and everybody else who has kept me company and chatted with me while I work on my crossword puzzle bot. I will be continuing it another day. I'll be playing escape room puzzle games tomorrow night at 7:30 Pacific time PM with Ambirona. And then I'll figure out my schedule for more coding after that. Good night.
Doing and Joe notification for a raid. Thank you so much. How was the stream? So good to see you. Hey, it's good to be here. Nice to have you here. Jai and Clem. Hello, Arise Khan. How are y'all doing? It's been a little while since I last streamed. I think the last stream was like 4 days ago. It's not too long, but it's good to be back. Hey, Joe, how was your stream? Thank you so much for that raid. Here's a shout out. Oh no, don't click that one. That's wrong. I always do that. Software game development. What did you get up to? That sounds really interesting. Working on a crossword puzzle Twitter bot. That sounds really interesting, Joe. I hope you had a great time. Thanks for bringing people on over. If it's your first time here, I'm Fragile Machine, and this is my stream. I like to make art. I also just like chatting and hanging out and occasionally playing games. Good to see you, Nameless King. Welcome on in. Hope everyone's doing great. And Zolda, nice to see you also. How's everyone doing? And I'm glad to hear that you're making progress with the Joe. Sounds very complicated, but you know, if you're into that kind of thing, lots of fun. I just stopped streaming because my cat is whining and wants to play. Obviously, cat takes priority. What a cute baby. Katie Lynn, I love your background. Oh, where is that divided from? Katie Lynn, this was a find on a, I guess like, here in Australia we call it gump.
Where is my... Here it is. Okay, ready? Amethyst is sunbathing.